The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Gray. I just want to acknowledge serving and former members who are here today from the ADF. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caldas. Might I mention a housekeeping matter left over from yesterday? Could I please ask that you now release yesterday's witnesses, those witnesses who are not appearing again in this hearing block, from their respective summonses? These people are, from our expert panel, Associate Professor Ben Wadham, Associate Professor James Connor, and Dr. Zach E. Seidler, and from our support organisation panel, Mr. Michael Stone, Mr. John Williams, Mr. Nick Forster-Jones, Mr. Christian Lind, and Dr. Michelle Dunbar.
Yeah, thank you. I confirm that all those named are released from their summons. It's an oversight on our part, but thank you.
Thank you. I'll now proceed to a brief overview of the day's witnesses. Today we are first calling Dr. Bernadette Boss, CSC. Dr. Boss is the Interim National Commissioner for Defence and Veteran Suicide Prevention, and her interim report was mentioned extensively in the opening yesterday and indeed on Friday. After lunch, we'll be calling Dr. Andrew Koo, a psychiatrist, and Dr. Caitlin Kerr, a clinical psychologist, in an expert panel which will see the day's proceedings out. So there's just those two sessions planned for today. And if I may, Commissioner Caldas, I'll proceed to tender the documents in relation to Dr. Boss, which are not already tendered, and the documents in relation to this afternoon's witnesses will be separately tendered this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If I could ask the operator to bring up the list of documents in relation to Dr. Bernadette Boss, CSC. Thank you. And thanks very much, operator. The operator's cursing now through the 3 pages of the tender list in respect of Dr. Boss. And rather than going through each of those documents separately, Commissioner, I tender the documents referred to in that list.
They'll be tendered as exhibits and receive the next numbers.
Thank you very much. I now call Dr. Boss. Dr. Boss is available on the virtual link, and I can see her on the screen in the hearing room. I'll ask that the Associate administer the affirmation to Dr. Boss.
Dr. Boss, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks.
Dr. Boss, you have prepared a preliminary interim report and it's already been tendered. I'll just ask that you identify it. I'm not going to ask you to verify it. It's enough that you've provided it to the government. It's INQ 0000011584, and I see you have a hard copy available to you, so that's good. Just ask that it appear on the screen and you can identify it as your report from its cover.
Yes, I confirm that's my report.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to the contents of the report, if we may, and we'll just go through the broad outline and structure of it. But I should just ask you to confirm some aspects of your achievements before we do that. Previous to being the Interim National Commissioner, You served as a magistrate and coroner of the Australian Capital Territory Magistrates Court and have done so since 2012, is that right?
That's correct.
You hold a PhD from the University of Sydney and you've practiced as a barrister both in Australia and in the Kingdom, primarily in the areas of family law, criminal law, administrative law and human rights law, is that right?
That's correct.
You also served in various command and staff roles in the Australian Defence Force, primarily as a reservist, and you were awarded a Conspicuous Service Cross, CSC. Is that true?
That's correct. I did spend 5 years in the regular army on a short service commission, but yes, otherwise in both the Territorial Army in the UK and in the Australian Army Reserve.
Thank you, Dr. Boss. And in addition to all of that, you've even worked in the healthcare system as well as a nurse in the United Kingdom. Is that right?
That's correct. I hold a registered nurse qualification and a diploma of ophthalmic nursing from St Bartholomew's Hospital, London, and Moorfields Eye Hospital, respectively.
Thank you, Dr. Boss. It may just be me, but if I could ask you to slow down a little in giving your answers, thank you very much indeed. I'll now just ask you to comment on certain matters I'll raise in relation to your report by reference to the table of contents outlining the structure of the report, and then we'll go to the executive summary to give an overview of the report before I direct some other questions to you. This will take some time, and we're planning to have a break about halfway through your evidence. We're not going to go all the way through to lunch. We'll find an appropriate point somewhere in the middle of the examination. The table of contents begins on page 1590 and it's currently displayed to the witness and the commissioners. Perhaps if we could have that live stream to the public. Thank you, operator. Your table of contents goes over some 4 pages, and we'll go through it methodically in just a minute, but it's the case, isn't it, that you conducted your work in approximately a 9-month time span, and you are now in effect standing by and not continuing with your work because in about June this Royal Commission was announced, and that in effect has resulted in the suspension of your activities as National Commissioner. Is that correct?
In fact, I have ceased to be the National Commissioner with effect of the 15th of September, so I'm not anything right about now.
Thank you for clarifying that. And this Royal Commission was announced, I believe, in about June of this year. You continued work on your report or performed work on your report and were able to deliver that report in September of this year, is that right?
That's correct.
And in effect it represents a summary of, if I may say so, a great deal of very thorough analysis, particularly when one has regard to the fairly short time frame within which you conducted this work. Would you agree with that?
I like to think so, yes.
And let's just go through the table of contents and give the public an understanding of the scope of the work you've done. Is it correct to say that you were setting out to understand in as broad a manner as possible the whole host of factors that could contribute to risk factors for defence and veteran suicide and protective factors, and to understand what should be improved in order to reduce the risk factors and improve the protective factors?
Yes, that was certainly a very significant part of our work, yes.
And are you do you want to give a brief description of any other aspects of your remit as you saw it?
Essentially, it was also to make recommendations of what could be done to reduce the unacceptable rates of suicide amongst both serving and particularly veterans. And I say particularly veterans because, as I'm sure you're aware, the statistical levels of death by suicide amongst veterans is the real focus of concern. Although I believe that a lot of the seeds of that unacceptably high rate in veterans are found in their service and matters related to their service.
Thank you. We'll get into that in a little more detail shortly, but by reference to the table of contents, if we can have that back up, thank you, operator, and stream to the public. You provide an executive summary, which I'll take you to in a little more detail in a minute. Then you have a chapter on methodology. You then examine the concepts and the characteristics in this context of the risk factors and the protective factors, as well as the available information on prevalence of suicide. Chapter 3, you have, this is on the next page, thank you, operator. You have a chapter distilling key aspects of recommendations from former inquiries. You then have a chapter on the Department of Veterans Affairs, DVA, its legislation and practice. And this includes some information about not only the complexity of the framework, and you make some recommendations about that, but also about the processes that are in place or apparently in place within DVA, and no doubt those two things are connected. You then go to the topic of unacceptable behaviour within the Australian Defence Force and the topic of cultural change, and you examine the best available information as to the progress of reform in that space, reform of culture within the ADF, if I can put it that way. Just pausing there. Have I given a fair summary so far, Dr. Boss?
So far, yes.
And then in Chapter 6, entitled Access to Healthcare and Stigma Associated with Mental Ill Health, you examine the systems of care available to, in particular, veterans, but you also look at the healthcare system available to defence members, from memory. And I think that's picked up in some of the subheadings. And that important topic of the difficulty, probably due to cultural elements within the ADF, that people who are in defence or have come from a defence background have in seeking help. Is that a fair summary?
That's a fair summary.
And then you go to, and we're now, operator, on page 1592, the very complicated topic of transition, and you have some strong things to say about improving the entire transition process, and indeed having an eye to transition out of defence into civilian life right from the outset of a defence member's service, right from the commencement of service, I think it's fair to say, and the
Yes.
consideration of development of career plans post-service.
Yes.
And then in Chapter 8, you survey as best you can in the time you had available the availability through many community organisations, often called ex-service organisations or veteran support organisations, the supports available, particularly after transition back into civilian life for veterans, and you speak in particular about the need to encourage cohesion and to facilitate access to a more effective systemic range of supports. Is that a fair summary?
That's correct, yes.
And then in Chapter 9, you look at the particular topic of homelessness, which is more prevalent amongst veterans than should be expected statistically, and you identify as perhaps a risk factor, or at least correlating with risk factors for veteran suicide, and you examine, in effect, gaps in the interfaces between services available in the various jurisdictions for people who are at risk of homelessness or who are homeless.
That's correct.
Thank you. And then, and this is of great interest to us, well, indeed your entire report is with respect of great interest to us, but you chart an agenda for future work in Chapter 10. And perhaps we'll come to that in more detail later in your examination, but that's topics that you think are of great relevance but require far more information gathering, research and analysis. Is that right?
That's correct.
So thank you very much. We'll just by reference to perhaps the executive summary, it might be best if the operator just keeps track with us. I'll just ask you about some particular sources of information and some of the propositions as summarised in the executive summary, and that executive summary begins at page, I beg your pardon, (1598). In that passage of the executive summary, beginning there under introduction, you refer to the commencement of your role and you in effect on the next page at methodology on 1599, you refer to some aspects of your approach. Later in your report at page 50, you refer to the trauma-informed approach. Can you just explain what measures you took so that your work was trauma-informed?
So trauma-informed means essentially giving agency to the people that we were talking to, allowing them to really have agency in this process. The practical steps we took were to engage, we had two social workers with counselling, specific counselling qualifications and skills on staff, and an extra contracted social worker with specialist skills. And they would, if you like, go forward and be the first sort of contacts with the people who would provide information to us, that is, family members, people with lived experience, so that we were approaching people in a soft way so that they had agency, and with highly skilled professionals to make that first contact and to prepare them for me to then speak to them and for us to gather information from them. And then when, again, every time I spoke to somebody, it would again be from the basis of approaching them and drawing information from them in a way that suited them. So everything was driven by the people that we were talking to. We didn't impose. We didn't expect them to turn up at a particular place at a particular time, and then we cross-examine them. And that's highly appropriate, of course, for this kind of forum, but not when you're dealing with families and dealing with people with lived experience, and acknowledging their trauma and making them central rather than in a more bureaucratic way, I suppose, or in a more formal sense, like you would in a hearing. That's what I mean by trauma-informed, and that's the way that we did it. So highly respected professionals made first contact, then I would speak to people and we would gather information from them, and then again handing back to our professional staff to debrief with that person and make sure that we were approaching things. So we sort of tested and adjusted to make sure that we were getting that part right. That's what I mean by trauma informed.
Thank you. And in proceeding in that way, at least up to the work that you summarised in the interim report in September, did you find that approach effective and appropriate?
I believe that it was. The feedback that we got was very positive, that was the right way to do it. And of course, it's something you can only really proceed on the feedback that you get, but we didn't receive any negative feedback. Everybody that we spoke to told us that they were comfortable and content with the way that we proceeded.
On page 51, this is now going to the body, the main body of the report, following on from where you have summarised the principles of the trauma-informed approach. You explain the importance of listening to people with lived experience, and I don't know if you've heard us outline the approach we wish to take in this Royal Commission, but we're putting a heavy focus on listening to lived experience. Did you find that taking that approach was also effective to give you insights underpinning your analytical framework?
I believe that it was. We also spoke to professionals, of course, but I'm probably jumping ahead because I suspect you're going to come to this, but it's interesting the way that I observe psychologists and psychiatrists coming to the question of whether somebody is at risk from suicide. And when you look at the sort of the protective and risk factors that the statistics and the lived experience set out, there is a contrast. And so I think it was vital to have that lived experience. It was very consistent. The people that I spoke to were quite consistent in their accounts. There were key themes that went through different people's lived experience. Each person, although they had an individual story, and that story was unique in and of itself, but there were, over time, bearing in mind it was only 9 months, but over that period, consistent themes kept coming through, and you could see those factors, and it's reflected in the risk and protective factors, but particularly in the risk factors, you could see those flags, if you like, being visible, but not understood what they meant. And again, speaking to psychiatrists and psychologists, they would talk about, well, this person we wouldn't have seen them as a risk because they didn't talk about wanting to take their life. They didn't talk about having made any attempts to take their life. They didn't, when asked, they said, no, I'm not going to do that. And yet they had those risk factors present. Now, there's a lot more analysis, professional analysis, that I'm not qualified to give, but there's certainly a lot more professional analysis, in my view, to go into how do you match that up? What does it mean when you're seeing those risk factor flags coming up, but people not articulating the things that would point a professional psychiatrist or psychologist towards saying that this person is at risk from suicide?
Yes, and you just have to, in effect, iteratively gain knowledge in those more formal disciplines at the same time as absorbing the lived experience evidence, do you? Is there any other way to gain a more rapid understanding of interpreting those risk factors?
Well, I'm not sure that there's a more rapid way of doing it. I suppose, I mean, it's very helpful. We had tremendous support, the Phoenix Literature Review, also the Gallipoli Foundation. So there are other organisations who are doing terrific work in this space. So, you know, sucking knowledge and information out of those organisations. And the ESOs and VSOs, so the ex-service organisation and veteran support organisations, they also have a lot of information, knowledge and understanding. And, you know, again, jumping ahead a bit here, but, you know, that lack of coordination, and, you know, I've emphasised in my report, bureaucratisation of this space would be fatal. But coordination really would give a big leap ahead, in my view, about getting everybody working together or sucking information for analysis out of the people who are right in the middle of it. You know, you talk about lived experience, or the ESOs and VSOs, they're also lived experience people. You know, I've served with people who, you know, have been who are now working in ESOs and VSOs, and, you know, there's a level of shared experience and understanding. I mean, you know, you say, when I was in TK, this, that and the other, and you know immediately what people are talking about. There's also that sort of having that experience and feeding into your own experience of things. I mean, which I think is what I was able to give to this report was you know, I've been to Iraq, I've been to Afghanistan, I've been to East Timor, you know. So when people talk to me, I understood what they were talking about, and I've tried to articulate that meaning, my understanding of what they were saying to me, which is more than just words.
Mm. Thank you. Now, you just mentioned the literature review from Phoenix. There were two key pieces of information that you give prominence to, that you commissioned for the report, and perhaps a third, which you didn't receive in time for generation of the report. I'll just go through each of those and ask you about them. The first, and perhaps the simplest to understand, was a quantitative, that is a statistical report from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare.
Yes.
Commissioners, it's already been tendered. It was tendered yesterday. Perhaps, is it fair to say, Dr. Boss, that it was limited in the conclusions that could be drawn from available data as to what might actually be contributing to veteran suicide, albeit there are some indications and some correlations? It's difficult to be sure of whether the matters identified in that report really are risk factors, or whether they're simply correlated matters that might relate to other risk factors.
Look, that's potentially true, but you know, in isolation, they perhaps wouldn't give you a picture. But you know, that's the whole point, is through the report, is to combine and to synthesize all of the information received. So, you know, the Institute of Health and Welfare was excellent in helping to provide us with some solid. I mean, you know, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics, of course. So, you know, one has to be mindful about how one approaches, you know, pure statistical data. However, that really provided a very firm factual foundation to anchor a lot of what was being told to me by people with lived experience.
Could we just could I take you to just an aspect of the report, and we'll bring that point to life to the extent we can. and it's INQ 00000001 1353, and as I say, it has already been tendered. It should be available to you soon on the screen, and I'll ask that it be live streamed to the public when it appears. I'll read out the code again. It's INQ 00000001 1353. Is that the report you commissioned from the AIHW?
Yes, that's correct.
And if we just go to, again, the contents page, that's on 1357 and goes over the page. This was quite a broad attempt to analyse the available data. Now, there were limitations in those data, weren't there?
Yes.
But is this a correct summary of the sorts of things that the AIHW was setting out to achieve? It was in effect comparing databases that are available, for example, from the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme with databases held by Defence and DVA on the question, say, of usage of medications and any correlations with suicides of veterans.
Yes.
That sort of thing. Thank you. And there were other ways in which databases were compared?
Yes, and we consulted with them about the sorts of databases that we were looking to try and get them to get access to, and they were terrific. They were bent over backwards to assist us to get at the sorts of databases that we wanted to, as far as it was possible, without any powers to direct access.
Can I just take you to an example, and then I might ask you a question without notice, and you can take it on notice if you wish, and we could deal with it in writing. But if you had greater powers, you just referred to not having coercive powers, I think. If you had greater powers and more time, what else might you have asked the AIHW to do in your commission to them to provide this research?
I'd have asked them to access NCIS, which is the coronial database, to draw more information from that, more into some of the defence records. Both Defence and DVA were very helpful, but they obviously had issues, in us accessing everything. So into some of the Defence and DVA databases, and to have a good old look around in there. But as I say, they helped. Both Defence and DVA, I found them to be open and willing to share with us whatever information, and also by extension to the AIHW, any information that they felt that they could share without breaching any of their obligations in terms of information. But NCIS is one that particularly stands out because it would have given us access. What I would have liked to have done was to cross-reference the NCIS data with the defence. The current software is PM Keys, but the previous iterations of that as well. But at least PM Keys would have taken us back to about 2000 and cross-reference the names NCIS with the PM Keys, so that we could have seen if we had veterans who died by suicide out there that we just didn't know about and not been captured any other way.
Thank you. So PM Keys being the personnel information system that's been used by Defence for some time. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And NCIS, you mentioned a national coronial information system, is it? Or coroner's information system? Thank you. So just to go to one example of the use of the data, I'd ask the operator to go to page Roman 8. That should be page 1362. And this is in the executive summary of the AHW's report, and there are measures of risk and protective factors. You probably remember this very well, Dr. Boss. Just while that's coming up, I'll just start referring to the subcategories. It's appeared. Thank you. There are 4 subheadings: psychosocial risk factors, Department of Veterans Affairs clients, use of health services, and use of medicines. Can I just ask you, with reference to that first category, psychosocial risk factors, the AHW reports from the data that the 3 most common psychosocial risk factors for those who died by suicide were the same for the ADF population and the Australian population, yet were identified in a higher proportion of male ADF members. And then there's references to things such as disruption of family and problems in relationships. Just pausing there, when I asked you a little earlier about whether some of the conclusions that are being reached might in fact just be not root causes in themselves, but things that correlate with causes that may be related. What I was thinking, and I'd be interested in you sharing your opinion with the commissioners, was that if one looks at, for example, disruption of family and problems in relationships, one needs to go further and to understand whether those disruptions of family and problems with the relationships might themselves be service related.
Yes. Yes. And I think that anybody who served will tell you that moving yourself and your families around the countryside creates significant disruption. Children having to move schools, which can create stress back into the family and the family dynamic. The one member of the family, and perhaps if you have 2 serving members, going away on exercise or deployments. Partners being disrupted in their work patterns. Not everybody can get a job when they move to different places. It depends what their skill sets are, what sort of employment they have. Not all employers are national and able to accommodate spouses or partners moving from one state or territory to another. Those are all factors that put significant strain, and they are but some of the issues. Pressures to do certain things in accordance with the Defence way of doing things can have backflow into relationships. So it's a complex. The Defence Force is sort of a complex sort of system, and when you're very articulate in that system, it's easy to see how things can blow back into families. And, I think we've all experienced it. Anybody who served has sort of had some level of experience. I remember being posted to Darwin, and all my friends, I had people I'd served with, but I hadn't served with a lot of the people I was posted to Darwin with. And that's a lot of time and money just to go back and see your mates for the weekend, in the period it takes you to form, new friendships in the territory. And that's worse for a spouse because, if your family is in Sydney and you're posted to Darwin and you don't have your parents handy to help you with the kids, you don't have any mates, the sense of community that used to work for some people but not others, when there used to be a system of families all living together on what used to be colloquially called married patch, but so there was defence housing and all defence people lived together. Now that in and of itself created its own problems, so that didn't work for some people. But for a lot of people that did work, at least they had a community of people in a similar situation that they could befriend and go and have a coffee with. But with families being integrated into the broader communities that they're in, that process of integration in and of itself can create stress when the only friend you've got is your husband or wife or partner who is now deployed for 2 months on exercise tandem thrust. It can create for some loneliness and problems that then flow from that. So it comes as no surprise to me at all that the rate of relationship breakdown, and that leads to the statistics you're seeing on the screen there under psychosocial issues, are amplified in defence, given the nature of that defence. I mean, and that's just one example of the movement is just one example of the stresses and strains that can be placed on family units.
Just go to the question of any correlation between dispensing of pharmaceuticals that are of a psychotropic character. That's on page Roman 9, 1363. And under use of medicine, so this presumably results from a correlation of PBS data and other data available to the Institute. Is that your understanding, Dr. Boss?
Yeah, I think that's the right correlation. That's a little bit more difficult to necessarily line up. I'm not quite sure why there would be that link to the medication, but my sense is that if you've got people who are in a heightened sense of distress for work reasons, that they may well be accessing support. So I didn't have time to dig down into that particular statistic, but I would imagine that the sorts of stresses and strains that come with and family pressures that would feed into being in the Defence Force might well mean that people were seeking, the people who were help seeking, and of course seeking help in and itself we know is something of an issue, but people who have got to the stage where they're prepared to go and seek help, that may well be linked again back to that issue.
Thank you. I'll ask the operator to close that document, and we'll go to the Phoenix Australia literature review that you commissioned. It's at EXP 0001 0020 0174. It was tendered this morning. It's entitled Defence Force and Veteran Suicides, Literature Review, 31 July 2020. And we'll ask that be streamed to the public who are watching on the web as well. Thank you, operator. Is that the report you commissioned from Phoenix, Australia?
That's correct.
Thank you. And this, again, we could just leaf through the contents beginning at page 0176. This is, if I may say so with respect to Phoenix Australia, a very impressive piece of work. It gathers threads from a very broad range of academic sources and studies. It includes comparative information from comparable countries, including the United States. Even so, it doesn't purport to be everything. I think that's a fair summary. It's a judicious selection has been made of the sources, and in fact, in your report, you refer to some more articles about studies that weren't necessarily in the literature review. Is that right?
That's correct.
But this formed, did it, an important input into your framework of analysis?
Yes, that was a foundation document.
And under direct risk factors, we're on page 0177. If we, operator, please go to 0177. Under direct risk factors, you had a number of potential risk factors identified for you by Phoenix, and while some of them received attention in your work and in your report, perhaps you weren't able to delve deeply into all of them, beginning with demographics and social factors and going through matters such as PTSD, sleep, moral injury. Some of these topics did receive attention by you, but not all to the same depth. Is that right?
That's probably correct. Given the time allowed, I mean, as you're aware, the final report was to have been 18 months, and the interim report was at 12 months. That report came out. My report came out at the 9-month mark. So, inevitably, there are areas that the road ran out.
But these are, would you commend to our commissioners in this inquiry this list as useful input into a framework for further inquiry? Yes, definitely. As you've identified, the Phoenix literature review is very extensive, and certainly it informed the synthesis of risk factors that are represented in my report. And in addition to AIHW and Phoenix, you asked the Australian Commission on Safety and Quality in Healthcare Services to report on certain matters, and that report didn't get to you in time to be included in your analysis. What was the scope of that request?
Set out in there. I haven't got it in front of me.
The broad topic.
It was to find more information. Essentially, it was more information seeking to try and frame the underlying, again, to try and identify those underlying trends and factors that they could see. So it was quite similar remit to that which we gave the IHHW, which is why we kept those two reports separate. And indeed, there were some questions about why they weren't allowed to information share, and we purposefully kept them separate, so we were getting two clean versions, if you like, that weren't. There could be no suggestion of contamination of one view by the other. So essentially, they were broadly similar.
Thank you, Dr. Boss, and apologies again for a question without notice. But
that's all right.
Could you give us some help on the institutional landscape here? There are a number of bodies with whom you consulted, as well as various other forms of engagement. If the operator would kindly bring up page 53 of the report, box 1.1, there's an overview of other engagement activities. And you've just mentioned the Australian Commission on Safety and Quality in Healthcare Services. Am I right in thinking that's a body that sets the standards for the quality of services that are provided in the healthcare system?
That's my understanding.
And there's a National Suicide Prevention Advisor, Ms. Christine Morgan.
Yes.
And is she an appointee of the federal government?
That's my understanding.
There is a National Commission, National Mental Health Commission, we've already heard, and I believe there are jurisdictional commissions that have similar functions. Do they have a role in relation to the cohesion of mental health care services in either the Commonwealth or the national sphere, as the title suggests, or on a jurisdictional basis?
That's my understanding, and certainly with the National Suicide Prevention Advisor, her report came out or her interim report came out while we were working, and we tried to, in order to try and simplify the landscape as you described it, we tried to use that as a bit of a capstone document. So we tried to make my report. I was mindful of trying to make that sort of readable in that context. So we made a quite significant effort to try and line that up so that you could look at Christy Morgan's report and then see that the reflection or its capstone nature flowing through my report.
Thank you. What's your impression of the success or otherwise of efforts to connect services for veterans, particularly in the mental health sphere, with services that are available in the various jurisdictions for the general community? Is there a separate system? Is there a system that's dependent on the system provided for the general community?
It's a patchwork quilt. This is precisely why I've recommended that there be a body set up to help coordinate. There are. My understanding was there's something like 3,000 or 4,000 ex-service organisations and veteran support organisations. There is good work being done in every state and territory. There are situations where I had a round table in a particular place with government, and there were bits of government, so people sitting around the table representing government and different bits of the government that didn't know about the work that some of its other bits were doing. So even within some areas of government, there is a lack of visibility, if you like, within that system of all the bits that are doing support for veterans. So that's just magnified once you come out. Internally, states and territories don't. Some do. Some were well joined up, but most of those were the smaller places. So the sort of bits and pieces being done in different spheres within governments, different bits and pieces being done across governments at all levels. And I didn't get a chance to speak to the local governments, and I'm aware that there's some things for veterans being done down at local government level. So you're talking about, the three separate levels of government not being connected. You're then talking about 3,000 or 4,000 ESO, VSOs out there. And there's no wonder that veterans find it difficult to find the right place to access help. The War Widows have recently tried to start doing what I've recommended in the report to some level. They've developed an excellent program where you can say, I'm a service member, or I'm the parent of a service member, or I'm the spouse or brother or sister, and you sort of click on who you are, and then that sort of tries to link you up to all the different. It doesn't promote anything in particular, but it just tries to link you to a service that might be suitable for you. Well, that really should be being done by a central agency, properly funded, and that is able to monitor daily whether an ESO, VSO, government piece, something else, other generalist piece that might be appropriate is still in existence and still functioning and still has that role. So that, in my view, is a critical piece. And if that organisation isn't stood up, then all we've got is, instead of what we've got now, 21 years worth of reports, we're going to have 23 years worth of reports.
Yes.
There really needs to be something that's gripping this space up in terms of making it accessible to individuals and monitoring to ensure that any information, the one door, you open one door and it will access you to everything you need.
Thank you. There's that raises a number of questions about possible institutional arrangements, but I might leave that and we'll come to that a bit later in this session. But the main point is, irrespective of what institution does it, there needs to be some sort of coordinating function and some sort of interface which is easy to use, whereby people can find what services are available and be linked with them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, pardon me for a moment. I just want to go back to this overview of the report again and just keep asking you some questions about particular aspects of the chapters. And chapter 2 is about prevalence and risk factors and protective factors. And in the course of that, you referred to the literature review, the AHW report, the report that you also asked the the Australian Commission on Safety and Quality in Healthcare Services for, and I see the literature review as in fact, the Phoenix Australia Literature Review was in fact connected with the Australian Commission's work. So pardon me for the way I put the question earlier, but it was made available to you. Is that right?
That's right, as a foundation document. But we also, the AHW report was commissioned by my office, so it was all part of the same. So we did commission it, but it was all part of the same work.
Yep. And the Australian Commission work, that was going to, or that is to include review of coronial files as well as defence files.
That's right. That was that piece that we didn't have access to.
Yep. And amongst, if we just go then to, in effect, we'll just skip for the moment chapter 3, which is past reports and inquiries, because in a way that speaks for itself and we can read those reports and inquiries for ourselves, but I'll come back to some of the recommendations you in effect endorse in a little bit. But we'll skip and go to chapter 4, Department of Veterans Affairs Legislation and Practice. One of the things you did was to request information, not coercively, but to request information on the progress of, I beg your pardon, chapter 4, I did say, didn't I? Chapter 4, yeah. To request information on the time being taken to process claims within DVA. I just like, just by way of an example of the process and also to go to some of the detail of that, I'll take you to the response provided by DVA to your request for information on the progress of claims. I'll do so in a way that doesn't refer to an attachment that had information about individual claims over which confidentiality was claimed. These aspects that we'll go to are just aggregated. Yep. And I'll ask the operator to bring up first the covering letter provided by the Secretary of DVA. It's a letter dated 8 February 2021 at dva.0001.0001.0206. That should be appearing shortly. At 0206. Thank you, operator. Do you see that letter, Ms. Boss? And we can have that.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have that web stream. Thank you, operator. So this is explaining various qualifications and reasons. This covering letter is explaining various qualifications in the responses made. I'll just ask the operator to go in particular to the explanation of a document called Attachment 2. If we go to page 0207, it's the second last paragraph on that page, and it says that Attachment 2 is the number of claims lodged alongside the median time taken to process, TTTP, time taken to process a claim under each Act for the period July 2018 to December 2020. So that's taking us up to relatively recent times, as at the date of this letter. The letter's in early 2021. February 2021, and do you recall receiving this information and analysing the attachment? I'll just take you to it in a moment.
Yes, I recall receiving that letter.
It's the attachments at DVA 0001 0001 0224. And you see there from the title that this is the time taken to process claims. And there's a reference to the different acts, and that's a reference, is it, to claims that are lodged under the Veterans Entitlements Act in the first instance. And correct me if I'm wrong, please, Dr. Boss, but perhaps as a general proposition, this is relevant, or can be relevant, to claims in respect of matters arising before mid-2004.
That's my understanding.
And then there's the possibility, even in respect of matters arising before then, as I understand it, that under the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Act, an amendment relating to defence-related claims, commonly called DIRCA, there's the possibility of claims being made and adjudicated under that legislative regime. Let's call it...
That's my understanding, yes.
Often expressed as DRCA, DIRCA.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and separately, there's the possibility of claims, and this is in particular in respect of matters arising after that date of mid-2004. There's MRCA, Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act, and the rules are not the same under each of the regimes, adding significant complexity to the overall framework.
That's correct.
Thank you. And let's just look at the times taken to process claims provided by DVA under cover of that letter I took you to a moment ago. Ask the operator to please go into the document, the cover page of which is appearing on the screen now, and we'll go to page 0226. There's an explanation here of the claims under the Veterans Entitlements Act, and if we go to explanatory notes on the data provided below and call that out, please, operator, there's a timeliness target referred to. I'm sorry, Dr. Boss, it's rather hard to read, isn't it?
No, I can see that, thank you.
I don't know, operator, if you wish to take up the entire screen with that text, that might be more legible for the public and for Dr. Boss. Thank you. And what's your understanding of a timeliness target?
Well, they've set out a timeliness target of 100 days for VRCA.
Is that a target for dealing Yeah, I'm sorry, I won't make you read it. I'll read the text out. It says the timeless target of 100 days for VA disability pension was implemented in September 2015 following a review. I'll skip some words. At that time, the target was changed from average within 75 days to median 50th percentile within 100 days. So from 2015, the timeless target was 100 days. Did you understand that to be a target of making a decision at delegate level on a claim measured from the time of lodgement of the claim or some later date, such as time of allocation to a delegate? Do you know?
That was never explained to me. My understanding was that was from the date of lodgement to the date of decision, but I don't think we went into precisely what they meant by that. We took it at face value that it was on the assumption that it was 100 days from the date of putting the claim in to the date of the decision being made. What we did do was speak to lived experience people who essentially were explaining that they had to keep going backwards and forwards. So I was unclear whether that 100 days was from the point in time when all of the information was in, or whether it included the bit of backwards and forwards. So
I see.
People explained that they would go to DVA. They would say they had certain conditions that DVA would then come back to them and say, all right, we now need you to go and get some more information. So I'm not quite sure whether the clock stopped or whether that was a target from the beginning of the process.
Thank you very much. We'll just go to the data that was actually provided, and it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to read, I'm afraid, but I'll summarise it. It's at page 0227, and this is still with the VEA disability pension claims. While back in July 2018, that may not be terribly legible to the public either because it's quite a large document in small type, but starting at the very far left-hand end of the table in the top part of the screen, there's information in relation to the time July 2018, and the bottom line, thank you operator, terrific. The bottom line is median days to determine, presumably from time claim lodged, but understanding that uncertainty exists that you just explained, thank you Dr. Boss. Median days was about 100, it was 99, and it remained about 100 for a while, but when we get to the extreme right end of the table, we see that it's actually doubled. So as at December 2020, a few months before the time this information was being provided, it's up around 200 days, median. We've also been told yesterday, Dr. Boss, that in relation to at least some claims in respect of matters arising before 2014, there was a 14-month delay, so that's a lot more than 200 days. Even in allocating a claim to a delegate, I don't know if it's possible for you to provide any explanation from anything you've heard as to that disparity. That information was dated as at March 2021, only a few months after these data end.
It's certainly consistent with the lived experience reports that I have that it took significantly longer than that to actually get claims through. But again, we come back to I'm not quite sure whether that data included, whether it was from the time the delegate got hold of it or whether it was time that included periods where DVA had come back and said to people, we need you to provide some more information. So I'm not quite clear. The bottom line is the system is too complex. Trying to travel across 3 acts and the way in which DVA administer the claims the end user shouldn't be going backwards and forwards against each act. It should be like, the duck on the water with the feet going underneath at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The end user should just see the duck floating by, But at the moment, the duck's travelling upside down. The feet are in the air, and I don't know, the duck must be underwater. But it's like spaghetti junction behind a wall. You don't need to. The end user just needs to put the plug in and switch the switch and get power. They don't need to see all of the electrical wires and where they're all going behind the scenes. But with constantly coming back to people, backwards and forwards to people about each act separately, the end user is bearing the cost of that. And I don't mean just the expense of having to keep going back to pay somebody to write a report. They're also bearing the psychological cost of all of that as well. And there is a psychological cost, and there's people who are not well find it incredibly difficult to deal with fairly straightforward administration, let alone the complexity of having to go backwards and forwards and trying to get their heads around which act they're supposed to be dealing with, and why I've provided. This is what people were saying to me. I've provided this medical report. My doctor has said, my specialist has said this is wrong with me, and yet now DVA are coming back and saying, now we want you to go and have a further test for another aspect relating to another act. That's not. I don't think you need to be professionally qualified to understand that that's going to create problems for people who are already unwell.
Mm. Can I just mention another matter that arose yesterday, and that seems emblematic of a deeper problem, perhaps? That's my submission about it. We were told of an anecdotal story of a person with a defence-related wound, a serious one, wanting to make a claim with DVA, and a DVA staff member began the interaction with that person with the question, can you prove that you're in the army, or can you prove that you've been in the army, or words to that effect. Is this consistent with the sort of information you received in your discussions with veterans and veterans organisations?
Yes, I mean, certainly I haven't heard quite that extreme, but yes, certainly. And this seems to come from there being a lack of integration between DVA and Defence. I think perhaps when you're in service, you sort of form the view that DVA and Defence are somehow integrated, and that the information that Defence has, DVA has access to them. And indeed, it came as something of a surprise to me to find out that that wasn't the case at all. And indeed, there's differing opinions about how much access DVA can have to any one member's information.
Can I just bring up a letter that you were provided in response to another one of your requests for information from, this time, Defence and DVA, ONC 0000 0004 5265, please, operator. And I hasten to add...
That was generated as a result of me asking a question at a round table, because I actually had slightly differing information at that round table from Defence and DVA, and this letter was produced to clarify the joint understanding.
Thank you. And that's just the covering letter that perhaps that could be streamed to the public, please, operator, as well. That's just the covering letter. It does say draft on it. I don't know. We'll chase that up, but it seems to have a draft watermark on it. But in any event, I don't have the enclosure to hand. Commissioners, that'll have to be separately tendered in due course. Just by reference, perhaps, operator, if you could call out the last 3 paragraphs beginning however, both departments. Just while we're waiting for those words to be expanded. Thank you, operator. Do you recall this information? Was this essentially the final word in terms of a progress report about efforts to integrate or better coordinate information flow between Defence and DVA, Dr. Boss?
That was the last formal information I received about it, as far as I can recall.
And we can go over the page, but there's 2 initiatives: Defence DVA Electronic Information Exchange Project
Please have that paragraph taken off. Thank you.
Yep. Apologies, Commissioners. Perhaps if you could make a direction to the public and the media about that email address. Thank you, Commissioners.
Yeah, I direct that, as per previous orders given, that paragraph be excluded, not reported on.
I'm not certain whether that's sensitive or not, but just out of an abundance of caution. Thank you. Operator, if you could please call out the paragraphs down to that paragraph and not including that paragraph. Beg your pardon. So the paragraphs beginning at the top of the page down to the words "and that of the CSC." So the first 1, 2, 3 blocks of text on the page, please, operator. Very good. Thank you very much. So the indications, Dr. Boss, were that those projects would enter into service in the 3rd quarter of this year. And was that the last you heard of any progress? You didn't get by the time the 3rd quarter of this year arrived, in effect, you were winding up your work. Is that right?
That's right. That's right.
And there's a 3rd initiative mentioned, a new Defence e-health system due for delivery in 2023. And is there anything you can tell our commissioners about that project and whether you are able to form any views about whether that would be helpful?
I didn't get an opportunity to look at it, so I can't comment, I'm afraid.
Thank you. All right, we'll leave that document now. Thank you, operator. We can take that down. I want to ask you about some aspects of what the work you summarise in Chapter 5. And if we, again, use the executive summary, your discussion of Chapter 5 begins at page 25, 0608. It's on unacceptable behaviour in the ADF, and it goes over to 1610, ending in recommendations. And you cover various aspects of what's being done in that space, including the Sexual Misconduct Prevention and Response Office, SEMPRO. You also touch upon the Australian National Audit Office's work in auditing implementation of the Pathway to Change policies. And you refer to a document that was tendered yesterday in this Royal Commission, which is the 2021 report, which was reasonably hot off the press at the time you were distilling your work. It's EXP 0001 0020 0001. And Dr. Boss, is it fair to say that you were seeing some signs of progress, but also you had some concerns about implementation of cultural change? Are you able to address that point for our commissioners?
I think that there was as I've articulated in the report, I did have a concern that there was no baselining, and that's picked up in the ANO report. And it's difficult. Everything needs to be measurable and accessible. There was no sort of baselining. There was no mechanism seems to be put in place for Defence to monitor its own changes. The concern is that there seems to have been quite a few moves toward cultural change. Defence is huge. You can't turn it on a sixpence. It's a big organisation, and while I think it has the potential and has proved itself to be can move quite rapidly in some areas of change. If you're not going to set parameters by which you can measure your change, it's difficult to be able to say that things have changed. Certainly from my own experience, I know Defence has changed in many ways over the 30-odd years that I've been involved with Defence. Attitudes towards women are completely different now to when I joined 30 years ago. So there have been some dramatic changes in Defence. But if Defence doesn't have those baselines and then sets in place parameters by which it's going to measure and check its change, I think it's going to be very difficult to give assurance to government and to Australian people that things are changing, particularly when we are still getting reports of truly awful things happening to people within Defence.
Thank you, Dr. Boss. I'll just ask the operator to open that report again and just illustrate the point you're making about the absence of baselining. And can I just have a go at summarising the concept? I think you just explained it then, but you've got to in order to know whether you're making progress, you've got to know where you've come from. Mm-hmm. And you need to be collecting information that's comparable across a time scale so that you can actually track your progress or lack of progress.
That's correct.
And the policy backdrop for this report is Pathway to Change, which commenced in 2012, and we've tendered that document. Is it the case that Pathway to Change is based on essentially a 5-year set of strategies, and there's been a first set of strategies and then a superseding set of strategies in 2017, and we're now currently...
That's my understanding.
And this is summarised at 0007, please, operator, and there are dot points relating to the priorities under the current strategy, 2017 to 2022, and a rationale for undertaking the audit, which is, this is at page 0007, paragraph 4, Defence is now 3 years into its second 5-year strategy of cultural and behavioural reform and has recently launched further cultural reform initiatives through its 27 November 2020 Defence Transformation Strategy, and ongoing response to the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force Afghanistan Inquiry report released publicly on 19 November 2020. And then the point you've made, I think, is illustrated, for example, at page 31. That's page 0031. Operator, please bring up page 0031. This is INQ 00000001 1209, Defence's implementation of cultural reform. And if we could go to page 31. Thank you very much. Thank you for correcting my mistaken document ID page number, operator. We have that now. Do you see? Yeah, the Auditor General's document. Thank you, Commissioner. That's the one I intend to ask Dr. Boss about now. Do you have that available to you, Dr. Boss?
I can see it on the screen, thank you.
And if we just, if we see at paragraph 2.20, it states Defence advised the ANAO in January 2021 that a baseline measure of culture was not developed as a result of the 2011 reviews, as the second strategy marked an attempt to better define what Defence was seeking to move towards rather than keeping focus on what it was moving away from. Do you think I'm correct in saying that the references to strategies there are the first set of strategies for the first 5 years, and then the replacement of that with the second strategy commencing in 2017?
That would be my understanding.
And is this in effect a statement of an approach whereby Defence seems to be positively disagreeing with the idea of establishing a baseline? It just wants to only focus on the future and not understand where it's coming from. Is that a fair summary?
I'm not the author of the ANO report, obviously, and I wasn't. I don't know what Defence meant, to be perfectly honest. It's difficult to understand why they would step away from a more scientific approach, but I think that's a question you're going to have to ask Defence. Yes.
All right. It then says, as you can see in the text that the operator's called out, that this approach is deliberate. The ANAO has said, under the heading lower on the page, please, operator, evaluation of the first strategy, ANAO has reported Defence did not take an evaluation of the first strategy to inform the development of the second. Is that inconsistent with the way you think things should have been done, Dr. Boss?
I would prefer to see a more scientific approach with baselining, evaluation. You know, as I say, without measurement, it's difficult. In order to monitor anything, you need to understand where you are, where you're going to go, and have some way of measuring whether or not you're getting there. That would be, I would have thought, a normal approach. But as to why Defence have undertaken this method is a question for them. I can't answer any question about why they've done this.
Thank you. Thank you, operator. We can close that document. Moving away from that specific instance and the report of the ANAO, in your interactions with Defence, did you encounter anything of a similar nature that you can recall that struck you when it comes to the failure or omission to collect metrics, data about performance in these areas that might be contributing to the risk of suicidality?
Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything in particular, but I don't recall receiving any specific information from Defence about data that they had collected that might be relevant. As far as I'm aware, there was, other than what we were trying to do with the suicide register, I don't believe Defence was tracking where people had been. I don't believe there was any profiling, if you like, and I don't mean individual profiling, but I mean profiling of individual cases in order to create any kind of map of where we were losing people to suicide. That's certainly what I was trying to do with the death register, was to try and build that picture for precisely that reason, so we could track, who are the people that we're losing, where have they been, what have they done, what have they served, is there a traumatic event where you see a cluster, is there a location where you can see a cluster, are there people who seem to be travelling around and leaving a trail of suicide behind them? Is it, I suppose, a bit of a, I don't know that we could necessarily build that picture, but and the reason why that was of interest was to see if there was a sort of a bullying link, because we know that people being bullied, that they are risk factors there. So, if we were seeing, for example, if we had seen a cluster of suicides after people had served at a particular time in a particular location, that would have given us a sort of a search pattern, if you like, to see if there was a reason for that, whether there was a bully or whether there was some other causal factor associated with service. So the risk, we were trying to do that with the death register, but unfortunately we didn't. We had to stop before we could really do that. And I don't believe, or certainly I did not receive any evidence for me to believe that Defence were already doing that, or else I would have asked for it.
Thank you. And just to summarise, the death register you refer to extensively in the report, it is something you recommend should be carried on, and you began the work of establishing it, and it is to record suspected deaths by suicide of any Defence member or veteran. Correct.
Because that's a place where you can start really seeing the patterns, and you can get the statistics, and we've had those, and the excellent work of the AIHW to produce those is really foundational and invaluable. But it doesn't give you the granularity that, in my view, is required to really understand the patterns. We really, in order to really understand, we need to be able to see the patterns of suicide. And then once you start seeing the patterns, you can explore why you're getting those patterns. I mean, we think we know that the risk factors, once you see those risk factors starting to emerge, those should be flags, and already there should be a degree of intervention. Once you start learning that people have got disrupted sleep patterns, once you learn that they've got a significant relationship breakdown or lost significant others or been involved in some form of traumatic event, that should start to raise flags. But if you can start seeing those patterns in advance, you can narrow down on issues and whether something has happened to prevent the repeat of that pattern.
Yes, and just returning to the summary, the executive summary of Chapter 5 on unacceptable behaviour in the ADF, you make a link by reference to research. It's actually American research. This is at the top of page 1609, that unacceptable behaviour perpetrated in workplaces, this is paragraph 61, research indicates that unacceptable behaviour perpetrated in workplaces, including military settings, can have a negative impact on mental health and can contribute to suicidal ideation. And two of the articles of studies, articles reporting on studies that you footnote, we've actually tendered into evidence in association with this session. That's the articles by Crowell Williamson et al. And Monteith et al. And it might be just worth very briefly going to the abstracts of each of those. That these happen to be reports of studies that weren't in the literature review, so this is an example of the further research you were doing. We go to Crowell Williamson et al. That's at EXP 0001 0020 0325. Thank you. And perhaps it's just everybody's common understanding that workplace bullying in any setting, but maybe even more particularly in a military setting because of the relative separation of those settings from society at large, is dangerous and is a risk factor for suicide. And this is...
Absolutely. And one of the complexities about the military service, of course, is the rank structure, and that somebody at a relatively low level can effectively create a block. You can't just go around, in a military setting, you can't just go around somebody to the next supervisor up as you might do in a civilian setting. It just doesn't work that way. So you can if you've got a bully in the wrong place and somebody has nowhere to go, you start getting that sense of hopelessness and helplessness, and they can go off quite quick, relatively speaking, quite quickly. Particularly, we're dealing with a young population of people generally. I mean, young people, the older you get, the faster time goes, and 18 months doesn't seem. But when you're my age, 18 months doesn't seem that long. But to a younger person, 12 months is a very long time, and that might be the posting cycle. 2 years is an eternity. If you're 18, 19, 2 years is, may as well be 50 years away. So you're talking about people who are feeling trapped, they're feeling helpless, and they just, they can't bear the situation they're in, and they can see no way out of it. And, you start getting all of those conditions that make suicide seem to an otherwise perfectly rational human being a viable option.
Yes. And can I just ask, I don't know whether this really has an answer, but there was a hint in the evidence yesterday that the chain of command can operate in a block, as a block, in the sense that you just described. But there was also a suggestion that there are efforts made at the higher levels of leadership in the chain of command to change culture, but a difficulty in permeating, those messages have a difficulty in permeating down the chain of command. Is there any explanation for this apparent paradox?
Well, I've got my explanation for it, whether it's something that would be agreed to. But certainly, I agree completely. Every interaction I've had with the chain of command, with the senior leadership, both in defence and looking into defence as the National Commissioner, has been very positive, and a genuine commitment by all of the senior leaders that I interacted with, who are quite horrified about the sorts of behaviours that are coming to light. But there is also, it can be, I suppose it's quite complicated. So, my first degree is in anthropology, so I'm sort of quite interested in this. But there is a level at which your group is as important to you. So particularly in the military, where everything is a bit like a family group, and those bonds are very, very family group-like, such that you talk about, the person next to you in the foxhole, or that really close relationship and trust relationship that you have with the people really close to you. And there's a lot of the literature which talks about people doing quite remarkable things for their mates. So they're not doing it they're doing it for their country as well, of course, but the immediate focus is on, I must protect my mates as much as I must defend my country. So you've got those close bonds, and there's sometimes, not always, but sometimes there is this tension between protecting your mates and doing what you're told by the chain of command. So there are places at which people become misguided and misled. So the vast majority of people, comply with what's required in the chain of command. But you will occasionally see, particularly an individual, a very influential individual, cause there to be a bit of a tension about I'm going to look after my mate rather than I'm going to do the right thing in accordance with what the Army, the Navy, or the Navy, Army, or the Air Force, or Defence want me to do. And you do see that, and I think that's sometimes where this it looks like there's people at the bottom not doing what the people at the top are telling them to do, but it's because there is this sort of looking after your mates and being part of the team, overriding what the chain of command are telling you need to do. So you do see that. It's not everywhere. I'm not saying that this is all pervasive. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you do sometimes see that tension between, and particularly, as I say, people become misguided or misled into, I'm going to protect my mate, I'm going to do what my little pack wants or what's best for my little pack, rather than what is required of them by the bigger concept of service.
Is this, for example?
I think it's well recorded and it's recognised.
Is this an example of the sort of thing that the death register that you mentioned might help identify?
It was certainly the way that I was trying to set the death register up would hopefully identify a pattern like that, where there was something happening that was contrary to what was expected by certainly the senior leadership. But
really, there should be monitoring of this sort of thing and identification of any of those risks well before it comes to a person taking their life, of course, shouldn't it?
Absolutely. But often people are focused on the mission. So, people in defence are very mission focused. You give them a mission and they get very mission focused, and there's sort of an expectation that people, and a trust that people are doing the right thing. And sometimes that trust is in individuals, not across the board, but there are individuals in whom that trust is misplaced.
The American research you footnoted also identifies perceptions of institutional betrayal as a predictor of suicide risk or self-directed violence amongst veterans exposed to, in particular, military sexual trauma. That document, it's already been tendered. It's at EXP 0001 00200160. Did this resonate with information that you received through other forms of engagement, that institutional betrayal was a risk factor?
I believe certainly there were lived experiences that would not be inconsistent with that. I wouldn't say it rises as high as a definite risk, but there are certainly lived experiences that were shared with me where you could see that would be the case.
Thank you. In response to one of your requests for information, we won't go to it because, again, we need to identify and tender the enclosure, but you were given a series of workplace surveys, including workplace surveys. This is at ONC 0002 beg your pardon. Covering letter is ONC 000000021982, and there are a number of enclosures which will be tendered later, but there's a workplace behaviours summary. There's an unacceptable behaviour survey and a survey of the experiences of unacceptable behaviour in the Australian Defence Organisation of some age. That's back in 2003. And it seems that these surveys have been done from time to time over the years.
Yes.
So, to some extent, is that a metric tracking progress in cultural reform, or are you looking for something much more granular than that?
I would like to see something more granular, but it certainly is it certainly gives a flavour of people's opinions of how they're being treated in the workplace. I think they're annual. I think it's an annual survey.
Thank you. Is this a convenient time for that break, Commissioners?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Boss. We'll just take a short 10-minute break. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned until 11:56. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Dr. Boss, I'll ask you some questions now about the recommendations made in previous inquiries that you endorse and your own augmentation of those ideas in the recommendations you make in your report. And essentially, can I ask, what are the most urgent and significant measures that should be taken? What are the key topics on which those measures need to be taken?
Reform of the legislation is, I think, a really significant issue. And I think Coroner Hawkins, in dealing, as she did with Private Jessie Bird's matter, really, I think, identified some key issues that have flowed, certainly in that case, as a result of the delays and the complexities surrounding that legislation, but also its implementation. Changing legislation is not going to be easy or straightforward. It's something that will need to be very carefully managed by people who have expertise in that field. And in the interim, whilst that legislation is being addressed, there needs to be a fundamental change in the way that DVA implements that legislation. Their SOPs, if you like, their standing operating procedures, seem to be as difficult to navigate as the legislation. And I don't believe it needs to be. I did not have time to go in and analyse how each piece of legislation linked to their implementation of it, but it seems to me to be as difficult in the implementation as it is in the legislative complexity. So what I mean by that is the legislation is complex, yes, and there's three pieces of it, yes, but the way in which DVA then implement it is also, so all of their rules, which are their own creation, and I understand that they're linked to the implementation of legislation, but those management pieces, that management piece is just as bad. It's a very poor user interface. And while I acknowledge that DVA have a very difficult task to do with that legislation, really that implementation piece should be fundamentally changed and reimagined, and it should be fixed quickly. That's the piece that I think is urgently required.
Just to interrupt you there, for the sake of clarity, there are two kinds of SOPs in this space, are there not? There's also statements of principle which are applied.
That's right.
Which That's are right. Content, legal content as to when criteria are met for certain benefits to flow, but you're referring to the policies and procedures by which DVA administers the regime of legislation, including the statements of principle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
That's exactly right. That's exactly. The user interface is broken. Is the short answer. It should not be as complex. And getting. I've articulated in the report that needs to change, and I think that needs to change. It's a matter of urgency, and there should be dedicated public servants who are professionals at doing this, and I'm not, to recraft and reimagine that user interface. I think that needs to happen as a matter of significant urgency.
Before you go to the next main topic, I just want to ask you a couple of follow-up questions about that one, and then we'll deal with them each in turn. There's a program of reform called the veteran-centric reform, which you refer to in your report. But you say at paragraph 331, where you're summarising in effect previous recommendations and the progress of reforms that are already underway, that what you call incremental changes occurring under the VCR program will ultimately be ineffective in improving the lives of veterans if there is not a fundamental reimagining of the veteran support system. And in connection with that, you refer to encouragement of wellness rather than what you describe as the current focus of the regime, which is a focus on illness. Can you please explain that?
So, for example, for total and permanent impairment, you have to get certain points. So it focuses people down. You know, I need to be as really unwell in order to meet the criteria to get certain payment levels. I think one lived experience which really stuck in my mind was a veteran was explaining to me that there were times when he was quite well and could work and wanted to work, and we know that work is a protective factor for suicide, and he really wanted to work when he was well, but if he did work, he would lose his payments. And that wasn't so bad because while he could work, that was fine. He could support himself. But his condition was one where he had periods of wellness and periods of illness, and they were cyclical, if you like. I mean, not necessarily predictively cyclical, but, you know, he had good days and good weeks, and he had bad days and bad weeks. And on the good days, he wanted to work, he could work, he was keen to work. But on the bad days, he wasn't capable of doing very much at all. But he explained to me that if he worked, then he would lose his payment. And if he wanted then, you know, to pick those payments up on times when he went downhill again, then he needed to start the whole process again. That's not supporting wellness, because supporting wellness would have said, okay, well, you've got this baseline. And if you can work this week, that's great. Your money will go down, and if you can't work, well, then your money will go up. You know, that's more of a wellness model, to give that sort of baseline that you can, and not forcing people into that cycle of having to reapply, particularly reapply when you're not well. I mean, that stuck in my mind because I thought, you know, that was really a really good example of how the system was completely failing that individual. You know, if he could get the self-respect of work and the protection of working, you know, that was only going to lead to him getting better health outcomes. But instead, he, you know, in his well periods, you know, he felt that he wasn't contributing. And, you know, most people, in my experience in defence, you know, it's a service. People want to serve. People want to contribute, and are very proud of working and contributing. So, you know, again, I don't think you need to be professionally qualified to understand that would have had an impact on his overall wellness. Just that simple fact. So, again, you know, having to achieve illness outcomes in order to get payments is a way of driving illness. It's not a way of driving people to be as well as they can be and to get them back up on their feet and running again. That's what I mean by a wellness model.
Thank you. In 2019, the Productivity Commission looked extensively at this area, and the Productivity Commission also came to the view that there needed to be a reorientation towards wellness. But at the same time, the extent of the harmonisation of the legislation recommended by the Productivity Commission was to retain the concept of establishing liability for payment of entitlements, but to harmonise them into two groups, the VEA group and then another group combining what's now DIRCA and MERCA. What do you think of that proposal? Does that go far enough, or do you think an even more fundamental reimagining of the system is needed?
I would like to see a complete reimagining of the system, to be perfectly honest. I think we're not serving the people who have served with what we've got. And I don't know, again, go back to, I'm not a parliamentary draft person. I'm not a policy specialist. So there may be ways of achieving the right outcomes with just changing the legislation. But in my view, we need to really get some very smart, well-qualified people to sit down and work through this legislation and give us a package in the legislation and its implementation that respects and serves veterans and their families. And I'm not convinced that that's happening now.
Do you want to comment on this, or is this essentially a matter of drafting detail? What do you think of the initial liability claims test? Do you think it would be better to have, in effect, no liability entitlement for certain eligible people, perhaps dependent on in effect just whether they served, whether they became medically unable to serve further, without having to establish a particular kind of a particular level of injury, and for this to apply in a more uniform manner, irrespective of service type, date of service or length of service?
That's a really difficult question to answer, because it's a general question, and you know, there's a variety of individual circumstances that may or may not match. There are also considerations of the public purse. You know, I can imagine that it's not necessarily going to be well received if, you know, I'm a veteran, therefore give me lots of money, which you can see it being represented as. I am not, as I've come back to, I'm not a parliamentary draft person, and I'm not an expert policy writer. I do believe that there are fundamental principles of recognition of service, of treating service people with respect. If you turn up with a medical report that says that you have got an injury or an illness, and that in the view of an appropriately qualified medical professional that has its origins in service, then that should be respected. And that's not what's happening now.
Yep. And you refer in your report to the practice at DVA reported to you being commonly to require further reports, but the government's own figures showing that attempts at fraud are in fact very low, down below 2%, and you implicitly query whether it's appropriate to be putting veterans to the trouble of obtaining duplicative medical reports. Was that the result of feedback you received at roundtables? Where did you get that information from?
Both from roundtables and individual lived experience.
Yep.
A particularly individual lived experience where people felt that they were coming forward with perfectly legitimate claims. They'd been to specialists who had taken detailed histories from them and written reports based on all of the information, their professional observations. And then a generalist, and I come back to, though, this was people's view, but then a generalist would just look out, not speak to the individual concerned, we just look at the paperwork and say, no, denied. When it was believed by the people talking to me that reviewer, if you like, was not a specialist in the field, and therefore it created concern and distress because they felt that their credibility and integrity was being questioned, and that the credibility and integrity of their specialist was being questioned. And that wasn't just one individual, but there were a number of people who came with the same story.
We understand a model to be available by which if one is an eligible participant, then there's simply an assessment made, perhaps using multidisciplinary skills, as to what are the reasonable and necessary supports that person needs to live their best life. Now, the example I'm drawing on there is, in fact, the NDIS. I'm not saying that's the National Disability Insurance Scheme. I'm not saying that parallels should be drawn between the veteran community and the NDIS. However, I am going to ask you a question about that basic design principle. Does it have something to commend it, that general approach? If you're eligible, then there should just be a flexible assessment of what you need to live your best life?
I believe that would be a better model. I'm aware that there are difficulties with the NDIS. It's been splashed all over the papers just recently. But if we're talking about just principles, I agree that is a much better principle. I think it is appropriate to apply it to veterans and their families, because there's families as well that are in the same boat.
We're speculating here about a major reform. What would happen in the meantime to ensure that the well-being of veterans while this reform occurs is safeguarded and that there's no disruption? And indeed, it'd be nice to achieve improvement in the short term as well. What are your ideas there, Dr. Voss?
I think that DVA can improve their user interface, if you like. I don't see that ought to be a lengthy period. I mean, one would hope not. I would have thought that within a 12-month period that DVA could do a lot of work to improve their interface with their client base. That's an iterative process. They could start that pretty quickly. I think there are already some accepted conditions. So there's an agreement by the CDF that some conditions basically inevitably flow from service. I'm sure there are more of those conditions that could probably be put through to make the system smoother for many people. So those are the sorts of changes I think could happen reasonably quickly.
So that would be perhaps including in relation to those statements of principles that I mentioned a while ago, in effect presuming that the condition is compensable.
Yes.
On a more liberal basis.
I mean, I don't think there are many people in the Defence Force who don't have, knees and ankles that are pretty tacky by the time they get to my age.
Could I just ask about my service? You mentioned the user interface. Is my service working? I see in your report you mentioned there were some concerns mentioned about disempowerment. Can you explain that?
Sorry. The ex-service organisations in particular, who predominantly provide the advocacy services, expressed significant concern because they were worried that the use of the wrong terminology through that service could produce a poor outcome for a veteran. Now, I didn't have time to evaluate that, but again, around the country, I was consistently told by the users of those services, or the advocates, that, and indeed I think a quote from an advocate from one of the roundtables in the report, some young chap, paraphrasing, some young chap uses the wrong word and they land up having their claim rejected, and then it's hell to pay, basically trying to get back around to have their claim properly addressed and assessed. So I find that very concerning if using the wrong terminology or using the wrong word creates a poor outcome for someone who has an entitlement that really is very troubling.
Thank you. And just, I should have asked you this, but my service is an internet-based user interface, which is intended, by the looks of it, to be easier to use than the forms that are currently available. Is that right?
It's my understanding that that's the intention, but there is a real question about whether it is helpful for the reasons I've just outlined.
Yep. What about this recurring theme about how DVA, its staff, are perceived to be treating veterans, and whether that is generating distrust and even a sense of betrayal? And I won't open up all the pages of your report where you refer to that, but at paragraph 3.46, 4.5, 4.11, 4.69, 6.7, this seems to be a recurring theme.
It was. Much of the lived experience, I think just about all of the lived experience people, that there were some who had very positive experiences with DVA. So it's not universal. There were certainly people who spoke to me who had incredibly positive experiences in DVA. However, there were a majority of people who found their experiences interacting with DVA not an enjoyable experience. And I think there's also a lot to be said about the communication and understanding. Many of the DVA workforce are not defence, and there, I think, is a level of assumed knowledge. If you ring up DVA and you say, I was, I don't know, clearance diver, I speak Army, I don't necessarily speak Navy, but, there's be a level of understanding by a Navy person about what that would entail. And the person on the end of the phone doesn't know any of that. And so you've already got a miscommunication because you're not speaking the same language. If you're an infantry soldier, you're going to have dug a lot of holes. But if you're an aircraft technician, you've probably not had to dig a hole. There's a myriad of different understandings about what you're trying to communicate in speaking. And if the person on the other end of the phone has no experience in the military, I think that's a start point for misunderstanding, and it just gets worse from there.
So is this included in the first topic you've mentioned of the need to reform the complexity of the legislative arrangements, or do you see it as a separate piece?
I think that's a separate piece. It's about workforce and staffing and communications. It's a discrete piece. I mean, it fits globally within that administration, but it is a discrete piece,
Can I return then to that question about the really significant and important reforms that are needed, including the ones that are needed most pressingly, urgent and significant? You talked about that concept of the harmonisation of the legislation and trying to eliminate that terrible complexity and obviously the harm that it's causing through delays, perhaps. What else do you put into that list?
I think that the peer support piece is really important. So getting people prepared right from the beginning, having access to somebody with lived experience right from the very beginning, somebody whose experience has a good relationship with defence, who you can touch base with and ask questions, and ask the sort of questions that a young person might not want to ask their peers. Somebody saying, I'm struggling, I don't know how to do X, Y, and Z. Somebody with a bit of experience, understands the system, who can give advice and guidance about how to access. Come back to defence is a very large, very complicated beast. And when you first walk in the door, there's a lot you don't know. There was somebody was telling me that they'd had a call from a young chap who one of his family members, there was an issue with one of his family members. He was posted one side of Australia, the family was on the other side of Australia. He was getting, anxious and upset because he didn't know how to get himself from where he was, to where he needed to be with the family. Because he didn't know about, COPAS, the COPAS system. Fortunately, he had managed to access somebody who, the compassionate travel.
Compassionate travel system, was it?
Yeah, compassionate travel. So he didn't know, you don't know what you don't know. It's Donald Rumsfeld's unknown unknown. Didn't know that the system existed, that there was facility in the system to give you a fixed period of leave and would facilitate your travel to be in that location if you met the certain criteria. So don't know what you don't know. He was getting himself into a flat spin. Fortunately, the other person was, he'd called somebody's mother, his friend's mother, who knew a bit about the system, and they explained to him, "Oh no, what you need to go and do is ask for this."
Just pausing there, we looked in a bit of detail before the break at some aspects of Chapter 5 on unacceptable conduct and the cultural issues that are raised. Chapter 6 is on access to supports, in particular mental health supports, and the stigma that seems to exist not only within defence culture but perhaps in the community generally, and a lot of work's being done in that space. And then Chapter 7 concerns transition, that is transition from service life to civilian life. Where does your idea for this very extensive peer support program or network fit into the issues, the problems raised in each of those chapters? Defence culture, stigmatisation of getting help, and transition.
All the way along, right from the beginning. So the concept is you'd have a peer supporter who'd work with you right from the very beginning. Just somebody that you can have a chat with. They're not in your back pocket, but they'd know you. You'd know them. You could speak to them. You can have a coffee once a quarter, enough so, or whenever you want, pick up the phone to have a chat, to talk about issues, and developing that relationship where you can say, "I'm having a really bad time," or, "there is a bully here," or, I'm going on my 4th deployment and I think my partner's going to leave me, or those sorts of things. Somebody who's knowledgeable and experienced that can help provide advice and guidance right the way through the rest of your life, essentially. I mean, this is what ESOs do so well. They provide that support and guidance, but not everybody knows who to link with in, the world of ESOs. There's a lot of complexity out there as well. This is why I think that the entity that I've spoken about in the report is so important, to build that coordination, to do a number of the sort of coordinating functions that I've spoken about in the report, and with the power, to hold accountable DVA, Defence, the government when things aren't being done as per the promise.
This is the one.
And this is the problem. Without leaving that legacy behind, all we get is, as I said before, 23 years of reports instead of 21 years of reports.
So this is the body and the function of bringing coherence to all of the supports and services that are available, in particular from the support organisations.
Yes, and being something of a watchdog, and having those powers to hold accountable and to keep things running as it should,
Well, let's now ask you about the institutional arrangements that might be appropriate for that function, or those functions, because there's a watchdog function as well that you've mentioned.
Yes.
The Productivity Commission recommended, in effect, 4 key pillars, that's my interpretation. A independent statutory body, which they called the Veteran Services Commission. And when I say independent, I mean it'd be part of government broadly. That is, it'd be a statutory corporation funded publicly, but it would not be subject to direction by a particular minister or department. And the Productivity Commission envisaged the Veterans Services Commission as responsible in the main for the service delivery functions that DVA currently has, save for certain topics, but when it comes to supporting veterans and adjudicating claims and so forth, it would be this new independent statutory body which would be doing that role. And the other three pieces were essentially a minister who had responsibility for defence personnel and veterans. So purview across the careers of service personnel, including during their transition to civilian life and afterwards. And another piece was a joint transition authority to be established within Defence, and we understand that that has been stood up in Defence as at late 2020. And finally, a Ministerial Advisory Council. Now, that's just a potted summary. There are many other aspects to what the Productivity Commission recommends. Are you able to express a view about the appropriateness of those arrangements, in your opinion, based on the work you did?
Look, I think they're a good idea, but what I'm advocating for is something, a commissioner who's a bit of a hybrid ombudsman, but also a coordinator. So sort of making sure that things were done in accordance. So for example, that the reports and recommendations were followed through on. Obviously, they have to be accepted by government, but accepted recommendations were followed through, so a follow-up on those. A bit of a test and adjust. The recommendations, for example, that I've made, it may be that they need to test and adjust.
I'll ask the operator to bring up recommendations 3.1 and 2 on page 1603, the foot of the page. Thank you, Dr. Boss. That'll come up in just a moment. That's the first page of that document is INQ 000000011584 at page 1603, the foot of the page. That's page 20 of the hard copy in the executive summary. In those recommendations, Dr. Boss, you recommend the Australian Government should ensure that the implementation of recommendations from former, current or future inquiries associated with veteran suicide are regularly monitored and publicly reported upon.
Yes.
Is the public element important there?
I believe it is. I think it's important to, the public have a great interest in my view, of what happens to our veterans as a country. And I think it's appropriate that be public. There's nothing like the sunshine of publicity to motivate compliance with requirements.
That can be streamed to the public, please, operator. And following that aspect of the recommendation, you go on to say evaluation processes should be used to measure the effectiveness of recommendations that have been implemented and facilitate the process of continuous improvement. Is that...
That's the test and adjust.
That's the baseline piece that you explained earlier?
Yes. So a baseline and then identifying measurable and achievable outcomes and, what one would normally expect to test and measure to ensure effectiveness of recommendations. And
then recommendation 3.2, and I'm guessing that this is what you were referring to a few minutes ago before I called this document up. Is this the body you have in mind as the watchdog body?
Yes.
Do you have any ideas about whether that body would be the same body exercising the function of creating cohesion, stewardship and governance of the system of supports by support organisations?
Yes, coordinating and supporting and bringing together of governmental and non-governmental services, and also maintaining, the suicide register and ensuring that we get the granularity into that.
Is it separate then from any newly created statutory body in the nature of the Veterans Services Commission recommended by the Productivity Commission?
I think they're recommending something slightly different.
And if it's
my understanding is that they're recommending something that takes on bits of what DVA are already doing, and I don't necessarily have a view about that other than whatever is delivering to veterans and their families needs to be properly needs to have adopt the focus that I've identified already.
Thank you. Now, we went off into that area while I was asking you about your second big ticket item of important and pressing matters, which you explained as the idea of peer support from the beginning of the defence member's journey in defence.
Yes.
And can I just ask you about whether there are benefits not only to the defence member who's receiving the peer support, but benefits to people coming out of defence, in effect being given the option of helping others through that program in a sort of a virtuous cycle. Is that your idea?
I believe so, yes. Yes, and indeed that's what motivates, I think, the vast majority of ex-service organisations, ESOs and VSOs, are motivated by that desire to help their comrades.
Now, we understand there's a current trial being run. I'm not sure if it's of its scope and scale, but it's a trial being run by that part of DVA called Open Arms, which provides certain kinds of services, including mental health services.
Yes.
And it's called the Community and Peer Program. Do you know whether that's the sort of thing you have in mind, or do you have in mind something broader?
I had something broader in mind. My understanding is that that's a reach out. So if somebody is needing help, it's a reach out, a peer support will come and help them. I'm talking about right from the very beginning. It's not the same as a mentor system. The mentorship systems and many of the training establishments have a sort of a mentor system where either a member of staff or somebody in a senior class will mentor a person. This is something different. This is an outside, and I would envisage that, as an ESO would be really keen to sort of help to support this, but somebody who the peer supporter would be there right the way through. Maybe not the same peer supporter. There's as you go through your career and out into veteran status, it might be different mentor or different peer supporters. But somebody who right from the beginning is someone who you can talk to about everything, and that is well understands the risk factors and the flags that we see raising. So somebody who's somebody who's not sleeping well, somebody who's having family issues, somebody who's lost a significant person in their life. Those are the flags that we know correlate, but they don't necessarily mean that there's definitely a suicide on the horizon. But we know that those are red flags, and we can start talking about those and getting people before they go into a sort of a decline that lands up in them feeling there's nowhere else to go.
And would that peer support person or that peer have any connection with the chain of command?
I think they need to have a good relationship, a mutually respecting relationship with the chain of command.
So there are, but this is something you say should commence as soon as possible.
Yes, right from the very beginning. You should be matched up with a peer supporter the day you walk in the door of whichever initial training establishment, depending on your service.
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have been clearer. And it should begin, work on this should begin forthwith.
Oh, absolutely, definitely. Yes, definitely. I'm convinced that there are people we could have saved if they'd had someone to talk to very early on, that they trusted to talk to, and that could have facilitated them. There's a lot in defence. There's a great deal in defence, and there's a great deal out of defence. But people just don't know it's there.
What are your other very important and pressing matters that you'd like to highlight for our commissioners?
All of them. It's difficult to sort of to cherry pick. The report's designed to be an integrated program, if you like. But certainly, trying to overcome that environment of multiple services whizzing around is, I think really, really important. And I've already spoken about that.
Yep. And you've already spoken about the importance of monitoring, accountability,
absolutely.
evaluation.
Monitoring, accountability are, and I think to give confidence, there has to be. There is definitely a level of distrust there. I think the provision of the psychologist, so it's in 6 point, in the recommendations at the 6, and in particular 6.3, for example, I talk about clinical psychologists in the defence world. I'm not just talking about clinical psychologists being there and doing nothing. The whole idea around that is that if you've got clinical psychologists, they can start those to create, as part of their duties, to create that sort of breakdown in the stigma and to set up welfare networks and to help be supportive of the chain of command in achieving the best outcomes for well-being. So it's not just that they are there and they're passive. The concept is that once you get those clinical psychologists in at sort of formation level, that they start working to address many of these issues, so that you've got in service work going on to create better access and better informed and working with the chain of command to get best possible outcomes for people.
Thank you. If we just go back to those recommendations in Chapter 3, which you distilled from previous inquiries and where you endorsed particular matters for urgent attention, I'll ask the operator to go back to page 21 and 2 of your report, which is 16. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
We go
so
to
the
the
Joint
next
Transitional
page,
Authority
please,
is now up and running. I'm not up to. They're moving quite quickly, as I understand it. So when I was briefed,
I'll ask the operator to go to the next page, which is 1604, page 21, and that's where you have a list, which I think you might be reading from now, under recommendation 3.3. So I'm sorry to have interrupted you. Please proceed,
No.
Dr. Boss. The
first
few deal with transition.
The JTA is now up and running, and I can't comment on where it is now because that was moving very quickly. So that the details of how that's now running, I think, is best addressed by somebody who's up to date with where they're at. But I think that needs to be continually monitored. And again, the measurement of their progress is really important, and analysis of how that's tracking in terms of the outcomes for people. I think there is still this piece.
What about the bridge
education.
into education? Yes.
Yes, there's still this piece of education and training. What has been told to me by lived experience people is that one of the problems, and it may be apocryphal, but the story of what I was told was there was this chap. He was a Navy technician. He could run a frigate, but when he got out, all he could do was sweep floors because all of his technical qualifications only related to, running a frigate, not being able to translate that. Now, as I say, that may be an apocryphal tale, but there were certainly people with lived experience, saying that they'd been through various training and qualifications in the military, but when they'd gone to translate those, when they came out, they had to do a lot of running around. Some of the things had changed. They couldn't match up their, qualifications with any of the, they didn't align with any of the civilian skills in their particular field. So, that's a sort of area that really, before somebody leaves, preferably through service, they could be lined up, but that's not always possible. And at the end of the day, defence is about defending the country, and they need to develop skills in people to do that job. But on the way out the door, people who are highly skilled, and all of our members of the Defence Force are really highly skilled people, but they should be walking out the door with qualifications that can match them into jobs in the civilian sphere.
Thank you.
So there's that part. I mean, I suppose it sort of goes hand in glove with the JTA piece.
Next, you refer to the need to identify. You talk about a 2-track transition program by reference to recommendations previously made. In particular, you need to identify at-risk people during that transition process and provide more comprehensive supports for them. Yes.
I mean, there are certainly people who will close the door on defence and open another door and go on to, the point that I make or try and make repeatedly is, the vast majority of people who leave defence, who are in defence and leave defence, are terrific employees. They're usually very timely, very focused on achieving great outcomes. They're brilliant employees, and many go and run their own companies and are incredibly successful people. That's the vast majority, but there are still a significant percentage of people who really don't transition well and need support and assistance. And those people in particular need to be identified and supported.
There's an additional transition piece, which is actually number 5, or the 5th dot point, particular recommendations about transition made by the inquiry into transition from the Australian Defence Force. And one of the matters raised there is information barriers caused by the Privacy Act.
Yes.
Need to be addressed in able to prepare families for dealing with people who may have those sorts of needs that you've just been referring to.
That's right. And inclusion of families. Defence is getting a lot better at trying to be inclusive of families, but there is always going to be a tension between somebody who doesn't want their family to know everything about them. I'm not saying that. So, for example, I have had lived experience people saying, "Oh, but the service didn't tell us that he was sick." And then, you make an inquiry and it's like, well, we couldn't tell the family that he or she was sick because they asked us not to worry them. They didn't want them told because they didn't want them to worry. So, there's that tension between the rights of an individual person, doesn't matter whether they're in uniform or not, but the rights of an individual person to have privacy in their health or other requirements, other areas of their life, and the desire for the family to know information. So there is something of a tension there, but a lot of it is simply because of concern about the Privacy Act, and people are, I think, understandably concerned that privacy isn't breached. So there are simple ways around it. There could be a consent form on enlistment. I consent to these people having access to information, or a situation arises and people are asked from the individual issue or individual time.
Perhaps a default opt-in whereby there's consent for all records to be proactively shared with the people identified as next of kin or close contacts on recruitment?
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, so there are ways around it, but I don't know that you necessarily need to amend the legislation. Indeed, there are arguments that it would not be appropriate to amend the legislation, but there are certainly ways of ensuring access by families and ways of ensuring access between DVA and defence to information without having to amend legislation, simply by, you opt in or opt out, however you want to do it on enlistment. But if you're going to, I can't imagine that it would be very sensible if you're asked, when you first join up, you're asked, do you consent to DVA having access to your PERS and health records? I mean, and if this might make it very hard for you to claim later if you don't. I would imagine most people would tick yes, but.
Can I just ask you now about we've covered a lot of the other matters already, so I'll leave that list now. Can I just ask you about a point of detail concerning the DVA fee schedule, which you indicate at paragraph 73 of your report on page 1612 or hard copy page 29, top of the page, there were suggestions of disparities between the fee schedule and rates available to people, for example, funded by the National Disability Insurance Scheme. How widespread was that?
I was told of that repeatedly. Everywhere I went, that was one of the issues that veterans faced. And I was told that there is a rule that prevents veterans from topping up. So effectively, veterans told me that they would, go to a psychologist or a psychiatrist and their books would be full. But then other people on the NDIS could go, and the books were sort of open for them, and it was to do with the different rates that were paid. So veterans felt that they weren't getting access to services because the clinicians were not getting paid at a comparable rate to other, and NDIS was an example given to me on a number of occasions.
Dr. Boss, I'm going to try to deal with the nub of Chapter 8 and 9 in very brief form by just asking you, in respect of Chapter 8, did you find that's enlisting the support of the community veteran organisations, the veteran support organisations, did you find that there needs to be some work done in order to support this idea of the system steward or governor and to add cohesion and facilitate access? There need to be some work done in understanding where all the organisations are, what they're doing, what they're offering, and in other words, mapping. And there is a project, I understand, underway. Did you find out about the progress of the mapping? And we've tendered the document, but I won't go to it because time doesn't permit. But did you find out about the progress of the mapping project?
I've seen it, but the problem is that will map it in a fixed point of time. And VSOs and ESOs change. Some of them change quite quickly. Some of them, for example, the RSL has been around for a very long time, and it would be difficult to believe they're going to disappear in a moment. But there are other organisations out there. So there are some examples of one-person organisations. So, and if something were to happen to that particular individual, felt they couldn't continue doing that role anymore, that ESO would disappear, in a heartbeat.
In other words, it's a start, but your idea
it's a good baseline.
Your idea will require ongoing monitoring and updating on a constant basis.
So it's about currency. It's about currency and access. So people have to be able to access ESOs and VSOs. Well, they have to know they're there. So it's about, and as I say, what the War Widows have done with their project is fantastic. That's exactly what this organisation should be doing. So you can access, you know who you're trying to access or what you're trying to access. You know what doors are out there. You open the door into that organisation, and you know that it's a proper organisation. It's not some scam. It's not, it's a real organisation, and it's current.
Yes, thank you. And Chapter 9 on homelessness, it's a very important issue. One of the key things you identify is that veterans are not identified in the intergovernmental agreements, including the global agreement in respect of risks of homelessness between the Australian government and all the governments, nor in any of the bilateral agreements between the Australian government and the respective jurisdictions, not identified as a priority group for the provision of services relating to the risks of homelessness. And in effect, is it your recommendation that can and should be addressed forthwith, and there needs to be agreement at the intergovernmental level to allow funding to flow so that veterans are provided with the housing needs they require?
Yes, absolutely.
Chapter 10, I said we were going to have a look at it, but I've run out of time. Further work, lines of inquiry this Royal Commission can pursue. We certainly will be looking very, very carefully at those suggested lines of inquiry, but I'll leave it there. And I have no further questions. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Boss, for that. I feel like we've covered an enormous amount in a short space of time. I had two questions. The first one is perhaps a little bit esoteric, but I'll ask it anyway. We were talking earlier about looking at that figure in the report around the TTTP, the time taken to, I forget what the P stands for, but to
Processing.
And we heard that it had moved from an average to a median, and I understand why that may have been the case, because the average takes account of the total and the big range, and the median just looks at the cluster in the middle. Did you have a sense, and we saw how the median doubled over the period of 2.5 years, did you have a sense of what the range was? How big was the biggest outlier? If the average was, if the median was 200, what was the maximum you saw? Do you have any sense of that?
I didn't necessarily see everybody. I suppose, which is a bit of a cop-out answer, but my understanding was that really the average was closer to 2 years. That's a lot of people were saying, 18 months to 2 years, 2.5 years if you're lucky, 3 years. They were more the sorts of time periods that people were telling me about. But again, I don't know. So people who the DVA were very good with people who had some catastrophic injuries and some fairly serious issues. They had some very rapid responses there, and they were very good. And I've outlined in my report that there's an area there where they're very good. But there were others that just seemed to drift for no particular reason. But as I say, I'm surprised that the median has come in that low. My sense is 18 months, 2 years to 3 years is more the median from the people who came to speak to me. So it's not necessarily representative of everybody that DVA spoke to, or everybody that DVA deals with.
Yeah, I guess that's my point, in a sense, that the choice of the statistics allows potentially some very important data to not be overt, and that's those who take longer than the 50 percentile. My second question is just in relation to your issue, suggestion, recommendation about peer support. I wondered whether you had got to the level of looking at or designing a model for that. I'm particularly curious about the governance kind of that might sit over that, whether you saw it being run, I'm presuming external, but run by an ESO or a new organisation. And I guess just particularly wondering how you avoid the issues that are there now. I think Mr. Gray kind of referred to this in part, but, around the culture that currently keeps things covered up, how you would seek to prevent that occurring in the new organisation, and how particularly you would avoid putting these people in a situation where they had care and some sense of responsibility but no authority. So I'm curious in terms of your thoughts around a governance model.
So my thoughts were not crystallised completely on how that would look in detail, but what I had in mind was that it would be collaborative between Defence, DVA, and I think most likely a collaboration of ESOs, and that they would work together, and that people would be properly trained. And already there were some questions about the peer program, the peer training program that's already in place with DVA. That is an example of a program that could be harnessed to train peer support workers. So they're properly trained, properly accredited peer support workers who have the support of DVA and Defence to do the work that they're doing. And, the body that I've spoken about in the report, it would have a watchdog role there as well, I think, if you're talking about the governance or oversight, perhaps is a better term. But at the end of the day, there have to be people there have to be the right people who are able to work well with Defence and DVA, who are properly experienced and properly trained. Those are the fundamentals.
Thank you.
Dr. Boss, your recommendation 6.3 is briefly that Defence should ensure that all uniformed psychologists are clinical psychologists. Now, my understanding is that clinical psychologists are trained to a significantly higher level than psychologists generally. Is there a particular rationale for that in your recommendation?
Yes, the clinical psychologists are specialists providing clinical care, which means that they are able to identify issues and trained to identify and treat issues. I think the division is that a psychiatrist diagnoses and a psychologist can treat. But most clinical psychologists that I've come across are pretty capable of identifying issues as well. So it's about having that clinical ability to identify and treat, and then to create that community, that sort of, to push that out, to create the right sort of environment, and to get properly informed proactive measures in place. And at the moment, there's a lot of organisational, for very good reason, there's a lot of organisational psych, so specialists with organisational psych skills, as opposed to the clinical psych skills.
Had you done any examination of the feasibility of recruiting what would be a significant number of clinical psychologists into the military?
I have not done a feasible study of doing that, but what I did recommend was that if there was an issue with getting clinical psychs, that Defence look at introducing that to ADSA. And again, it's like getting doctors and lawyers. Defence don't grow their own doctors anymore. What they tend to do is, depending on the service, but some of the services take people directly, but other of the services actually sponsor people through university, and that's very attractive to, if you're a young person and you don't really fancy having a huge HECS debt, the trade-off of 10 years service in the military can be quite attractive, and certainly has proved to be in many other areas.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Boss. I just have one quick question. I'm conscious of the time. I just want to go back to recommendation 7.2 in relation to peer support officers. It mirrors some of the stuff that happens in law enforcement, but that's not, as you've recommended here, a lifetime thing. It's the first 12 months of somebody joining an organisation. I'm very attracted to that idea, and I think it definitely, as you very eloquently outlined, it's win-win. The person that's doing the support actually benefits greatly, and the person receiving the support obviously also benefits greatly. But I just wondered where that idea came from. Is there anywhere that you can think of in other places or other nations where that has been instituted, and we may have a look at that?
Not that I'm aware of.
No worries. What was the genesis of the proposal, if I can ask?
It was basically an idea that I don't think I've read it anywhere else, but it was an idea that came from speaking to the people that I spoke to. And in just about every case, if they'd had somebody, I thought that if they'd had someone to talk to, a peer that they'd been able to talk to, who had knowledge and experience and who could set them right and assist them, that a lot of these things could have been diverted. And there are cases whereby people didn't bring things to the attention of the chain of command, usually because they were quite junior people. And in fact, there was no reason why the chain of command couldn't have been made aware, but for when you're very junior and very inexperienced, you don't think you can put your hand up. It's one of those things where, a cat can look at a queen, I suppose. You're very junior in an organisation. Speaking to somebody fairly senior is daunting, and they just didn't feel that they could. And of course, if all you're relying upon is your mate who's equally junior and inexperienced, that's when you start getting barrack room lawyers and all sorts of duty rumours going around instead of the truth.
Thank you, Dr. Boss. Mr. Gray, if there's nothing else, we'll probably convene, but I just want to thank you, Dr. Boss, for the very significant work that you've done up to now. All we can do is build on it from here. It certainly would, so I want to acknowledge it and thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you very much. All the very best for the Commission. Thank you.
Two things, Commissioner. Commonwealth Council is present and Dr. Boss is, as I understand it, at least in some sense, represented by Commonwealth Council, so I don't know if Commonwealth Council wish to...
Okay. Is there anything they wish to raise?
I'm grateful, but no questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And secondly, might Dr. Boss be released from her summons?
Yeah, you are released from your summons, Dr. Boss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. We'll adjourn for lunch back at 2 o'clock.
All rise. Commission is now adjourned. All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Commissioners, may I call Dr. Andrew Koo and Dr. Caitlin Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Welcome.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may sit. Operator, might you display the Dr. Andrew Koo and Dr. Caitlin Kerr tender bundle list? Commissioners, I tender the bundle of documents shown on the display in paragraphs 1 to 16.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Connor. They'll receive the next exhibit number.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Koo, may I put a few questions to you first? You graduated in medicine in 1994.
That's correct.
You then trained as in psychiatry.
Yes.
And you graduated as a Fellow of the Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Psychiatrists in August 2002.
Yes.
Now, in your final 18 months of training as a psychiatric registrar, you were located at the Toowong Private Hospital.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's a private hospital, and it has in and out patients and also day patients.
Correct.
Now, the Toowong Private Hospital then operated, this is when you were there in perhaps 2000 or late 1999?
Yeah, early 2000s.
Early 2000. It already offered a veteran PTSD group therapy program.
Correct, yeah.
And that was conducted by Dr. David Crompton.
Crompton, yeah.
Crompton, and he's now Professor David Crompton.
Yes.
And then you carried out a thesis for your final year dissertation for your fellowship, and that was in PTSD.
Yes.
And what did you do that in? Just a little bit, sentence or two on that, please.
So that was in for the cognitive behavioural therapy group treatment for PTSD.
And you've worked in the day programs at Toowong Private Hospital for the last 18 years, perhaps longer.
Yes, I think now over 20 years now.
And you've provided a group therapy for PTSD. We'll come to a little detail on that in due course, and for mood and anxiety disorders as well.
Yes, at that time, also mood and anxiety disorders as well as alcohol use disorders.
And you've been a director of the Toowong Private Hospital Day Program since about 2004?
Yes.
And you are a member of the Department of Veterans Affairs Mental Health Expert Advisory Group.
Correct.
Now, you also have a connection with Phoenix, Australia, the centenary of Anzac Centre, and you hold a psychiatrist position on the consultation reference group for Phoenix Australia.
Correct.
Commissioners, on Wednesday, 8 December, you'll hear from representatives of Phoenix Australia, including Professor David Forbes and Professor Andrea Phelps. Dr. Kerr, you're also the psychiatric advisor to the Gallipoli Medical Research Foundation.
Correct.
And Commissioners, you'll also hear from members, people associated with the Gallipoli Foundation, including Ms Miriam Dwyer and Professor David Crawford. That's on Thursday the 9th of December. Commissioners, you'll also hear from Dr Phil Parker, who's a general practitioner who's associated broadly with the Gallipoli Foundation. You'll hear from Dr Parker this week on Thursday. Commissioners, Dr Kerr and Dr Koo and Dr Kerr have each provided brief biographies and CVs which are part of the tendered bundle. Now, Dr Kerr, you hold a degree or a Bachelor in Behavioural Science, a Bachelor of Psychology with honours, and you also carried a doctorate, undertaken a doctorate in clinical psychology, all from Griffith University.
Yes.
And in 2020, you were a lecturer in the Griffith University Masters in Suicidology program.
Correct.
Now, you've been at Toowong Private Hospital since 2010.
Yes.
And you are presently the lead clinical psychologist responsible for the day-to-day programs at Toowong Private Hospital.
Yes.
Now, you've also, in that role, you and Dr Koo facilitate the presentation of various programs to people, general population, including many, many veterans.
Yes, mainly just veterans and anyone that's on a third-party insurer payment plan.
Now, those programs include the Military Service Trauma Recovery Program, the first program, or one program, the Military Service Alcohol Treatment Program,
Yes.
the Military Service Anger Management Program,
Yes.
and the Military Service PTSD Relapse Prevention Program.
Yes.
And in due course, we'll get you to speak about those programs. Now, you've also, in private practice as well, apart from at Toowong Private Hospital.
Yes, that's right.
Now, in 2021, you've become an expert panel advisor for Women Veterans United. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you tell us a little bit about Women's Veterans United?
Certainly. So that is a newly established organisation that's looking to support the unique needs of women veterans.
And what's happened so far with that, with the Women Veterans United, and what are broadly its objectives?
Certainly. So at this point in time, it is in the early phases of startup. They are running some programs and some mentoring opportunities for female veterans. They're also non-exclusive, so if there are males that would like to participate in those programs, they're more than welcome to. The idea behind Women Veterans United is that they are going to ensure that female veterans can be heard, that they've got a unique voice within the system, and they will have case managers, they will have mentoring opportunities, leadership programs, and basically just trying to provide some meaning and some purpose following careers in the ADF.
Now, that program's just started in this year, really.
Yes.
Yes. And do you know how far that program's got at this stage?
They have been running some seminars at this point and some professional development opportunities for women veterans. And that's the point that I'm aware of at this point in time.
And you expect things to emerge, as it were, in the next 12 months or so?
Yes, yes. I think they'll pick up during that time.
Now, you are also involved in the may I come to another? You've written you're a co-author of a book for children. What's the title of that book and what's its purpose?
Sure. It's called Operation Greenheart, and the purpose of that book is to explain PTSD to children of veterans that have returned from service with PTSD. It talks about some of the symptoms, but in a child-friendly way. And the purpose is to provide hope that there is a way that veterans can recover from PTSD and that they can find a new normal in living back with their families.
Now, might we turn then to some open questions, as it were, and you can respond broadly to these matters. Might we start with the program that you conduct at the Toowong Private Hospital, and if you could describe the programs that you conduct, perhaps starting with the perhaps the anger management program. What's that about, and why do you have to have an anger management program? And you, of course, can each respond to this.
Okay. So, anger is a prominent symptom amongst distressed military and ex-military personnel. It's a good example that they're not particularly coping well with what's happening, in whatever is happening in their lives, be that as part of a diagnosed psychiatric condition or just the fact that psychologically they're fraying for whatever reason. So it's often disclosed as one of the symptoms that will bring veterans into the psychological health system, and so therefore, because it's both a prominent symptom that is sentinel to showing distress, but also a symptom of many of the conditions that they can be diagnosed with, that we created the program. There was also an obvious need for it, and so that's what underlies the starting of that program.
Just to go backwards a touch, there have been how many patients or veterans that you have seen at Toowong Private Hospital in your programs?
So it would be approaching 2,000 that we've treated through those programs over the last many years that they've been running. That's across the PTSD programs, which we call the trauma recovery programs, both the main program as well as the relapse prevention program, along with the alcohol use disorder program that we run and the anger program.
Now, may I ask the operator, might you display exp.001.0011.0108? Now, in a paper published in 2011, which was authored by you, Dr. Koo, you speak of the approach. Might you just quickly speak about that? That's group cognitive behaviour therapy for military service-related post-traumatic stress disorder, effectiveness, sustainability and repeatability. Commissioners, that paper is located at exp.0011.0011.0004. Now, we have here a slide from, or a PowerPoint piece from some of your PowerPoint presentations, which you've put into evidence. You've spoken about angry and aggressive. What is all this about? What are you speaking about in this slide?
Okay, so this is part of a talk that we've given either at barracks around southeast Queensland or for the RSL Queensland, who help cover a lot of these types of psychoeducative evenings. And really what I tried to put together here was not a list of diagnostic criteria for particular psychiatric illness. These are like early warning signs that an individual is distressed in some way. And we know from the Transition and Wellbeing program, Transition and Wellbeing Research Program, a very good piece of research done on transitioning veterans, that there is high levels of psychological distress which predate diagnoses of psychiatric disorders amongst many transitioning personnel. So this is a list of symptoms that I tell families, as well as serving and ex-serving veterans or transitioning veterans as well. These are things to look out for that might indicate that you are psychologically struggling or distressed. Things like, we were talking before about anger, but there's a spectrum there. I often talk about the 3 I's: irritability, impatience and intolerance. These are pretty classic types of symptoms on the angry spectrum. Some physical agitation, overuse of alcohol and illicit substances, other addictive behaviours. There are also...
Might we go to the next page? Thank you, operator.
Becoming isolative and avoiding situations and non-communicative, distancing themselves from relationships, friends and family. A very big one is sleep disturbance. Sleep disturbance is a typical symptom. Loss of appetite, lethargy, amotivation, risk-taking behaviours, all these things. I'll often say, just as a catch-all for this, I'll often say to returning veterans when they ask me, look, you know, or families or partners, they say, look, what are we looking for to know that, you know, that our husband might be suffering from PTSD? And I'll often say, I have this triad of symptoms that just over the years just stands out, and that is anger, insomnia and relationship problems. Tends to really describe it.
Let's go down the mine shaft, as it were, on sleep. Tell us, each of you, the problems with sleep that people suffering from PTSD have, and you might explain also what your ideas are about why they have problems with their sleep.
So I'll often say at the beginning of the groups, and I've been saying this for 15, 20 years, that put your hand up, anyone who sleeps better than they did before they had PTSD, and I've never had, across all the, you know, I think we're up to cohort 180, I've never had anyone put up their hand. Everyone has worse sleep. And sleep disturbance is a symptom of PTSD. Sleep disturbance is a symptom of depression. Sleep disturbance is a symptom of anxiety disorders. But above and beyond that, it's just a symptom of psychological distress. If we talk about for example, a PTSD cohort, there is so many reasons why they have difficulties with sleep, and they come down to increased baseline anxiety, which causes all of us sleep to worsen. They have hypervigilance, which means they don't want to shut down, they don't want to turn off their safety sense or their scanning, so that interferes with their sleep. They're often agitated physically, which definitely impairs their sleep. In PTSD, they have nightmares. This impairs their sleep. So many of them have premature weight-bearing joint problems, and so they have much higher rates of chronic pain and disability, and so the pain will often wake them as well at night. So they have gastrointestinal symptoms like reflux and irritable bowel, which can interfere with sleep. Many of them can also have anxiety-related sort of bladder problems as well. So just so many things can impair their sleep.
Dr. Kerr, do you want to say anything further on that?
I would just add that the kinds of sleep problems we're looking at are initial insomnia, where it's really hard for someone to fall asleep, and also middle insomnia where they wake up, and early morning awakening is very common as well, like around the 2, 3 a.m. kind of time, and it's very difficult to fall back asleep.
And also fragmented sleep, which is probably in that middle category there.
Yeah. Non-restorative sleep.
Non-restorative sleep. Now, what do you try and do about it with the people that you see, the sleep that is?
I can talk to the nightmare component,
Yes.
and there is a particular therapy which is not very well known, but for people that specialise in treating PTSD, it's one of our core business items, which is called nightmare rescripting. And basically this is where we work out what the nightmares are about, either the content or the theme, and then we find ways to deconstruct that and to change it into a different kind of dream that has a different meaning to it. The person then practices that on a daily basis. They practice it before they go to sleep, and the results are quite good. It's the best therapy we have for reducing nightmares. And in the end, by doing that therapy, either people will dream the new dream or they will stop having the horrific dreams that they were having and just have quite benign, neutral dreams. That's the aim anyway.
And you've so far tried that with many, or is it early days for that form of management of the nightmare component of PTSD?
No, all of our groups have that as part of learning, as part of our group program. They are all introduced to nightmare rescripting. They have a practice at doing it as well. And then if it's a major problem, their individual therapists in the group will also follow up with them and teach them exactly how to do it and problem solve any issues they'll have. It is well known in the literature, like if you're a specialist in this area, and it's a validated gold standard treatment for nightmares.
And is it it's being used elsewhere as well, this?
Yes.
Yes. What about, we'll come to polypharmacy in veterans with PTSD, but might Dr. Kerr just speak shortly concerning what he's observed about the drug use to attempt to relieve insomnia in some way?
So, I'll just sort of finish off a little bit of what Caitlin was saying, then I'll get exactly there. The other thing we try and do to obviously improve insomnia is to reduce baseline anxiety and other symptoms with a lot of psychological techniques that we use in the treatment of anxiety, depression, as well as specific ones associated with PTSD. We reduce baseline anxiety, and that definitely helps. And other teaching psychological things that help with the perception of pain is also significantly helpful. Then there's pharmacology, like you're talking about, and it is complicated because the pharmacology will depend on the type of sleep disturbance they have. Is their sleep disturbance initial, like Kate was saying before? So in other words, initial insomnia is difficulty getting to sleep. So we have a lot of drugs that are sleep, if you like, inducers. They just induce sleep, or initiators is what we call them, sleep initiators. And
melatonin in there?
Melatonin is special in itself in that I often refer to melatonin as a non-sedating sleeper, which is kind of like an oxymoron. But melatonin is a natural hormone that we're giving people, and it just helps with sleep. And in many patients, it doesn't necessarily make them notably or significantly tired, but what it does is just improves their sleep. And its bonus is that it doesn't destroy or change sleep architecture. So if it works for you, it's the best sleeper that you can have. When I'm talking about sleep initiators, really what I'm talking about are benzodiazepine drugs, or two drugs which are benzodiazepine-like, called Zopiclone and Zolpidem. So they're our best sleep initiating drugs. And then we have drugs that are good for middle insomnia, or people that keep waking up, and so it helps them get back to sleep, or those people that wake and can't get back to sleep in the early hours of the morning, and they're sleep maintaining drugs. And they tend to be things like antihistamines and some of the low dose antipsychotic drugs.
Operator, might you display exp.0011.0290? This, Dr. Koo and Dr. Kerr, is your paper, the first paper, or the 2021 paper titled Variation in Health Service Used by Veterans. Operator, might you explode the title there, display the title? Now, this concerned 2,286 veterans. Can you tell us a little bit about what you were looking at in this particular paper?
So this paper is really, I suppose, by the first author, Professor Libby Roughhead, who works down Uni SA, and she oversees DBA's database of treatment. And DBA has a very good captured database of who's getting what treatment where, because every treatment item is paid for by them and kept on a database. So what this paper attempted to do was to look at how veterans utilised DVA paid for treatment.
Operator, might you go 2 pages along to exp.0001.0011.0292 and show table 2 on that page? In this paper, you've grouped people into clusters. Would you mind describing into 5 clusters? What are those 5 clusters?
So this came out of a statistical method called, I think, cluster analysis, and basically what it tries to do is capture amongst a huge database where people are clustering in terms of how they're utilising health services. And we came out, or Libby's group came out with 5, and there was a GP managed cluster, so of younger veterans. So these are younger veterans that are just going to a GP. And that was the biggest cluster. And then there were older veterans that just go to a GP. That was the next. And then there was a cluster that was getting psychiatric treatment, and then a cluster that was getting just GP and physiotherapy, attempting to capture mostly physical problems, and then GP and exercise physiology cluster. And that cluster tried to capture people trying to do psychological well-being stuff, where they were trying to increase exercise, get moving, etc.
Now, this covered the period from July 2015 to June 2016. It involved post-1975 veterans who had PTSD, and as I've said, the cohort was 2,286. Now, might you speak to the opioids, which are towards the bottom of that displayed table? And you'll note in the psychiatrist managed group, sorry, table 2, please. The top of that page, please. Table 2.
That's the one.
Yes.
Yep.
And you're going to the 3 from the bottom or so, and the line opioids.
So so if we look at under the psychiatric or the patients managed by a psychiatrist, the opioid use, which people should know that it's not really psychiatrists that prescribe opioids. So this is obviously a group with significant chronic pain.
When you say 49 in that column,
yeah.
That means 49% of the 320 patients
Correct.
Managed by psychiatrists were on opiates.
Correct. And what this shows us is this is a group with significant comorbidity. These are patients managed by a psychiatrist because they have significant psychiatric issues, and also up to almost half of them from this particular study are showing that they're using major pain-relieving drugs. And the issue with that is that opioids are significantly sedating, and many of the tablets that they might get from a psychiatrist are also sedating. And so what happens is you start to develop potentially problems with drug-drug interactions, drug-disease interactions, polypharmacy.
Now, you'll see row there about halfway through that table, the antipsychotics, and you'll see 47% of the 320 managed by are on antipsychotics. Antipsychotics being used for in patients with PTSD?
Okay, that's a good question. And the best way for me to answer that is to say that the prescribing for PTSD generally in Australia is extremely ad hoc, and there are many reasons for that. And the main reason, or a few of the main reasons, being that there isn't a gold standard pharmacological treatment for PTSD for a start. Okay, there is one that is thought to be where most people should start, and in fact antidepressants, and specifically within the antidepressants, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors are the only medications that are recommended in treatment practice guide or clinical practice guidelines around the world. Otherwise, everything else is thought to have not enough evidence to be prescribed. So, given the fact that there isn't a great drug for PTSD, given the fact that drugs should only be used probably secondary to psychological therapies, because psychological therapies have way better evidence that they work in reducing the symptoms and keeping the symptoms down. So because there's no gold standard, because everyone tends to develop their own ideas about what works in PTSD and what doesn't work, we get this really disparate and highly variable use of agents across psychiatrists across Australia, and I can talk more about that when we talk about polypharmacy later. But basically, antipsychotics are used liberally in PTSD, not because PTSD has any psychotic symptoms. There are no psychotic symptoms associated with PTSD. It's not a psychotic disorder. So we use them in an attempt to improve people's sleep, and mainly sleep maintenance. So if they're having middle or terminal insomnia, these drugs are helping people to stay asleep. And the other reason that people use them is that there is a signal that they decrease nightmares as well. And usually they should be used at low dose and just to help people sleep.
What's your thoughts on polypharmacy now, given we're at this table? What's your thoughts on the medications that are prescribed commonly for veterans who suffer from PTSD?
So I gave it to my college at a conference last year, and what I did before that talk was I sat down and I wrote down the drugs that I commonly see prescribed for PTSD for people that come onto my program, and also people that are referred to me to see in my private rooms. And I stopped when I got to 70 drugs that are regularly prescribed for this one condition. So it is enormously variable. It's not based on any kind of evidence-based. It's just tends to go by what people think works, what an individual prescriber thinks works with these patients. So there is an incredible variation of drugs used to treat PTSD. Anything from antidepressants, anti-anxiety agents, antipsychotics, all down down the left column that people can see on the screen. Mood state blockers, alpha blockers, like prazosin and clonidine, and then a whole lot of other medications as well. So,
what's your view on what should be happening in this sphere?
My personal view is that we need to take a much more evidence-based approach in how we prescribe, or evidence-informed approach about how we prescribe, given there's not a great deal of evidence about the drugs out there. I also think that we need, because really worldwide there really doesn't exist a sort of a prescribing algorithm for PTSD, and I really think we need that. We need to understand what drugs are being prescribed. We need to sort of sit down and educate and understand about what are they actually doing in terms of reducing and in terms of potential side effects. How are they interacting with each other? How are they interacting with the increasing amounts of drugs that veterans are on as they age? And how are we looking at getting people to monitor the different drugs that people are on and the different combinations they're on, and making sure that the GP is being kept in charge of everything that's happening with veterans' medications. So, but really the main thing we need to do is get out and educate, we need to research more, and we need to produce, I think, a proper algorithm so we can get some consistency around prescribing.
Operator, might you display EX0001.0011.0096?
Have some of these not yet made it into the court book, Mr. Connor?
They should be in the court book. Yep. Commissioner?
Thanks.
These are the individual page numbers within the... Sorry, I can't identify the particular page. Now, this is an unpublished study by the Gallipoli Medical Research Foundation. So 160 Vietnam veterans with PTSD. What's the next line tell us?
So on average, those Vietnam veterans were on 6 plus or minus 4 other drugs. So they're on 2 to 10 drugs. Okay, so across the group. Half were on greater than 5 different drugs. A third were on greater than or equal to 3 different psychiatric drugs. And the number of drugs very much tended to correlate with the severity of PTSD and suicidality. The other, and we have an even more recent study that we've published, a much better research study that is waiting for publication now, that again shows about 80% of patients had polypharmacy, if you define polypharmacy by more than 5 drugs. And that was just on veterans that were admitted to a private hospital over a period of time. So very high polypharmacy rates.
And in the 2 people that have been through your programs, what's the incidence of drugs being required there, particularly the central nervous system drugs as well?
I would say maybe 10 to 15% are on no drugs.
Yeah, it's very few.
Yeah, very few. Maybe 90% would be on some type of psychotropic or psychiatric drug.
Right.
Yeah, upon referral to the program.
Upon referral. But after management within your program, what's the position? What do you do?
We educate them about how the drugs work. In fact, I give that particular session about how the drugs work, how they're supposed to work, what they're looking for in terms of knowing whether the drugs are working or not, and what the side effects are, etc. And so what we try to do is educate them. What we can't do as a sort of a tertiary referral source or even a quaternary referral source for other psychiatrists, I can't change their drugs when they come on the course. I can educate patients and they can go back and talk to their psychiatrists, but I can't actually get in and start fiddling with the treatment that they've been having upon referral to the program.
Commissioner Douglas, this is... Thank you, Commissioner.
So it's above the starting page.
Rolling the dice is the presentation on that first page, yes. Now, might we come to the topic of military mental health and psychiatric diagnosis? And might you speak to us about that, Dr. Koo? And then, Dr. Koo, might you add or supplement to or complement Dr. Koo on various matters?
Sure.
Might I just say there was one slide that was put in there that might be good just to finish off the polypharmacy discussion, and that was a slide that was from the US Veterans Administration.
Operator, might you go to the next page from the last one, which is exp.0001.0011.0097.
So this is a particular study. The really important part of this study, again, what the US Veterans Administration, they keep very good data. It's almost live data that they've got on all their veterans and all the treatments that they have within their veteran treating system in the US. And what they suspected was there was significant polypharmacy amongst US veterans. And the really crucial thing that came out of their study, as well as finding that there was overprescription of sedative medications, in that patients were often on 2 to 3 types of sedative medications that would synergise each other and increase the sedative load. But the really important point that came out of it was that they found that patients in the Veterans Administration system had the rate of accidental fatal self-poisoning due to inappropriate prescribing and polypharmacy was greater than the rate of veteran suicide.
Operator, might you go to the next slide, please? This is a reference to the paper published in 2011, which is in the tender bundle. It's the paper of Bonert et al. And this is what you've just spoken to, Doctor.
That's correct. And this has relevance to, not only does this have relevance to this commission in terms of the fact that this is a big problem, but also it has relevance because we don't know how much accidental fatal self-poisoning is actually being seen as suicide, and whereas it may not have been a suicide attempt, but rather just an outcome of not following these increasing medication regimes that these patients are prescribed. And usually they've got multiple prescribers by the time they get older, in that they've got, they might be seeing a pain physician, they might be seeing an orthopaedic surgeon or a general physician or rheumatologist for all their pain. They might be seeing gastroenterologists for their various other problems. They're seeing a psychiatrist, and just they really, and they've got cardiovascular problems and all this. So they're building up these sort of long lists of medications, and this was a really disturbing outcome that came out of this paper, that because this is something that we can really make an obvious difference to, and a fairly quick, or relatively quick change to, as opposed to trying to affect the many underlying and disparate things that contribute to an individual suiciding.
From your paper, this is the variation in health service use by veterans paper. You speak of, or you refer to, the prevalence of PTSD amongst Defence Force personnel, and you speak there of basically the figure of 1 in 4, and this, Commissioners, is at exp.0001.0011.0290. Might you display that, please, Operator? I'll repeat the last 4 letters. .0290. But might you explode the the bottom of column A, the foot of column A. The left-hand column, please. And one sees it, sorry, the foot of that column, please. One sees there, for Australian veterans, the lifetime prevalence of PTSD in Australian Defence Force personnel who transitioned out of the force between 2010 and 2014, and then the column B underneath the key messages, so the middle part of column B. Please, operator. A little higher than that in column B, please, operator. Thank you. Thanks. And that's a continuation. There was 24.9%. This is similar to an earlier Australian study of Vietnam veterans who had a 30-year follow-up period, where the lifetime prevalence of PTSD was found to be 24.7%. You speak in the next paragraph of the fluctuating course of PTSD. Do you want to speak to that a little bit, that idea? Okay. So, and this is good because we're now answering the question you asked me before I interrupted, which is the psychiatric diagnosis. And in terms of PTSD, the lifetime prevalence is somewhere, depending on the studies from around the world, lifetime prevalence is between 20 and 30%. And the prevalence, the point prevalence, so the prevalence at the time is somewhere around 10%. So at any time you'll find about 10% of veterans having PTSD. But if you look at their lifetime, 25%. And that came from the Transition and Wellbeing Research Program, which found that. And they also found, very importantly, that there was a 75% lifetime prevalence for transitioning personnel, so people leaving the Defence Force, of some kind of psychiatric illness. So we're talking 3 in 4 will be could be diagnosed at some stage in their life following their service with a psychiatric illness. Now, the fluctuating PTSD tends to fluctuate in terms of symptoms, symptom severity throughout its lifetime. We call this in, for instance, when we're talking about cancer, as remissions and relapses, and we refer in the same way to PTSD, which is also a chronic condition. And really it tends to fluctuate usually due to triggers, because triggers definitely will set off symptoms. And what I mean by triggers is triggers in the environment that may remind people of the trauma or the difficulties they've been through. And also it tends to fluctuate very much because people with PTSD can accrue further problems just because of their symptoms. So in other words, problems with employment, problems with relationships, problems with accommodation status, and that's typically what we see, problems with physical comorbidity and chronic pain. And so it leads to a very fluctuating, remitting, relapsing course. Now, in saying that, I do want to say, and Dr. Kerr will be very happy that I say this, is that PTSD is a very treatable and manageable condition. And as long as you can get in and find treatment, you can remit, which means we can virtually render an individual undiagnosable for the condition. Right. So we'll come in due course to the ways that you've been managing people with PTSD. Now, just coming back to the polypharmacy idea and the extent of usage of particular antipsychotics and opiates and so on, we have about 4,500 psychiatrists, I understand, practising in Australia, and we have about, I think, 1,500 registrars in psychiatric training, I think. Operator, might you display exp.001.0011.0285, please? Now, this is one of your papers, Doctor, that you're an author of. This I've called a college network paper, as it were. Would you speak of what's happened recently within the College of Psychiatrists?
So about 3.5 years ago now, we decided to start a network within the College of Psychiatrists of psychiatrists who were interested in treating post-traumatic stress disorder, also people who are interested in treating military veterans and emergency services personnel and the mental illness that they can get. So we started this network, and it's grown incredibly over a short period of 3.5 years, such that now we have 445 members, which is, as you've stated, it's about 10% of the college are very interested in learning more about treating this condition. And that committee in there, when we initially started, we wanted to get a bit of an idea around the interest that people had in treating military and veterans. And so we sent out a survey, and this was really the results of that survey by the committee at that time, which was chaired by Dr. Duncan Wallace, Commodore Duncan Wallace.
And what's your views about the experience that the psychiatrist has to have to deal with patients who have the military in their background?
So they really need to have knowledge in specific areas above and beyond what we are usually trained, or what we're usually trained to treat, or what we're usually experienced in treating when we treat the general Australian population. So the first thing they need is a little bit more sophisticated understanding of how to treat PTSD. What is the evidence base around what works in terms of drugs and psychological therapy, as well as complementary therapies. So that's the first thing they need. The second thing they need is an understanding of how the systems work that they're now going to be treating within. So how does the garrison, or in other words, the treatment system for currently serving veterans, how does the garrison medical system work in terms of how they bill and how they get access to patients, and how they report back about patients if they need to, and also how DVA works. So they need to know, understanding the increased reporting requirements that are often required by those bodies compared to when you treat other patients. And finally, and most importantly, they need to have an understanding around military culture and military language. And understanding military culture, language, is very important in one's ability to engage with a veteran. The biggest problems that we find with veterans that come onto our programs and we ask how their treatment's going is they'll either say that the person doesn't know anything about the military, and that's the classic thing they'll say, they don't understand anything that we're talking about, or secondarily they'll say they don't seem to know how to treat trauma, which that's the special sort of types of training that they will require.
Dr. Kuhl, might you speak from the perspective of clinical psychologists about this issue of whether a general clinical psychologist is able to manage one trauma and two a veteran or defence member?
Certainly. So in psychology, we have a two-tiered system. So we have generalist psychologists, and then we have specialised psychologists that belong to a college. So in most of the cases, we're going to be talking about clinical psychologists who specialise in the assessment, diagnosis and treatment of mental illness. it's difficult to say that generalists overall would not be able to treat PTSD, because some generalist psychologists have excellent knowledge of it. They've done further training, and some clinical psychologists haven't done those things. So it would really come down to the individual practitioner, but generally clinical psychologists are recognised as having more experience and more training. In the area of military-related PTSD, I think that there is a very narrow scope, and there's certainly not many psychologists that are really good at treating this, from everything we hear from our veterans that come on the program, but also our own knowledge of that, because these are things that aren't necessarily taught in the universities. The military culture is really important in understanding what's going on for these people. We don't hear anything about that in postgraduate programs. Also, PTSD is touched on, but there's so much more professional development that you have to commit to in order to get a really good understanding of how to treat it. And I think there's a third area too, which is therapists that treat PTSD, especially military related, have to be very brave and very courageous in what they're doing, because it takes a toll on the therapist, and you'll see that in all the research. In the VA in America, they swap over the trauma psychologists every 6 months. So they do trauma work for half of the year, then they do social anxiety work for the other half, and that's to try and prevent burnout. So when we're doing some particular gold standard treatments for PTSD, there are things we have to ask people that are really unpleasant, and we've got to picture what they went through in order to be able to know where to guide that person and how to help them to get better. So I think there's a few things that we need to train people in, but we also need to have the right person chosen for the job as well.
How could this all be improved within the sphere of clinical psychology?
Yeah, I think one of the issues that's been a really long-standing issue is that the compensation for psychologists as well as psychiatrists has been a lot lower compared to what we would normally charge for DVA clients and or defence members. So recently the fees on that have improved, but unless you actually work in the field already, you wouldn't even know that. So people aren't kind of educated that, hey, you can actually now earn a living from seeing this clientele. So I think, education needs to be out there about remuneration, but I think more importantly, it's about if you teach people what it involves and actually how successful treatment can be and the payoffs for it, and how you can see a person get so much better, I think that's where you're going to grab the clinical psychologist.
Is there anything presently around within the organisations that are interested in clinical psychologists concerning a network as this exists in the now exists in the College of Psychiatrists?
Yes, there is. So there is a mental health professionals network there, and any discipline can actually go into that as long as you're a healthcare provider. And then we also have some trauma networks as well, especially if people want to specialise in EMDR or prolonged exposure therapy. So we do have those, and those have existed for quite a while.
And what about within the military sphere?
I'm not sure exactly what exists within there, but certainly I participate in professional development with the psychologists and the mental health team on base, and we liaise a lot about evidence-informed treatment, and Phoenix Australia liaises with them quite heavily as well.
Now, Dr. Koo, we were earlier speaking about military mental health and psychiatric diagnosis, and we went down the PTSD mineshaft, as it were. What other conditions are you looking at?
So probably the best way to answer this is if we look at the best research that we have in this country with regards to what diagnoses, and that probably comes from, again, the Transition and Wellbeing Research Program that showed that that the main diagnoses we're looking at in people transitioning out are anxiety disorders, most prevalent. I think about nearly 40% have a 12-month prevalence of an anxiety disorder amongst the transitioning cohort. So,
would you mind telling us how that's manifest, that anxiety disorder?
Okay, so what we're seeing typically is people with typical anxiety features of psychological and physical, what we call anxiety or arousal symptoms. So symptoms of psychological arousal are things like insomnia, irritability, impatience, anxiety, an increased startle or being sort of jumpy, those type of symptoms. And then the physical anxiety symptoms are periods of, can it be anything from just tension headaches, nausea, decreased appetite, poor sleep, to things like really acute episodes of rapid heart rate, hyperventilation, sweating, shaking, and a whole lot of sort of adrenalised fight and flight responses. So they manifest through those physical and psychological anxiety symptoms, and then usually a pattern of some kind of avoidance. And usually the pattern of that avoidance matches the stimulus that's causing the anxiety, and that determines really what the anxiety disorder is generally.
And you have some biomarkers of that you're regularly using for...
Biomarkers of anxiety?
Galvanic skin stuff?
Oh, skin conductance?
Yeah.
That's used more in research than it would be in terms of clinical acumen.
You're not using anything in that sphere?
No. And typically, anxiety, and particularly if you've seen it a fair bit, is very readily diagnosed clinically without need for any kind of skin conductance or any type of other specific investigation. But even an investigation for someone having anxiety is to, in the same way as skin conductance, is just to take their pulse. And if they're tachycardic or if they've got a racing heart rate, then they're clearly more anxious. So there are a lot of physical signs of it, but really we make all our diagnosis based on their clinical presentation, their mental state presentation.
And out of the 2,000 or so people that you've managed at Toowong, many have
anxiety features?
Yes.
That would be 100% that come to our program would have observable anxiety features. But remember, they're PTSD programs, anxiety programs, anger programs, and alcohol use programs. All of them have anxiety features.
And in the anxiety program of management, you can undo or...
Okay, so
what can you do?
And this... I will hand over very shortly to Dr. Kerr here, who does the hands-on stuff. But really, what we teach them is psychological mechanisms to manage their anxiety, because the absolute money in treating anxiety is psychological therapy, and really of the psychological therapies, behavioural therapies.
And Dr. Kerr, might you tell us a little bit about that?
Certainly. So we're looking at teaching them de-arousal techniques, and they finish the day, every session they're doing de-arousal. So that would include things like relaxation, mindfulness. We do what's called in vivo exposure hierarchies with them, which is where we look at getting them back into their everyday life activities they used to do before the anxiety started to affect them so much, and we help them to actually do those things. So that therapy is about getting your life back. And generally that's the one that the partners appreciate the most, because their biggest complaints are the anger, but then also that I don't do anything with my husband anymore or with my wife anymore because they're so disabled by this. We can't go anywhere, we can't have a life anymore. So we look at in vivo. We do cognitive therapy with them, so we teach them how to analyse their thinking, how to challenge that thinking. They're probably the main parts that we focus on there.
Yep. And you invite partners to be to participate in your programs. And what do the partners tell you? What kind of stuff?
In terms of how their partners will present, or what the outcome is like?
What do they say about their spouse, as it were, or their partner?
They say they're angry, they drink too much, we don't do anything anymore, they yell at the kids, they treat the kids like little soldiers, they don't have any empathy left anymore, they're emotionally numb, they don't talk to them anymore, they really kind of are very disconnected. That's the picture we're getting.
Did you write a paper on disconnection? Did you?
No.
No. Tell us a little bit about what you mean by disconnection. They're disconnected from, they can't interrelate with another human in the same way that they might have done 20 years earlier. Is that the idea?
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like they are so numbed off or they are blocking emotion that they can't have that ability anymore to form those close relationships. So the relationships they do have tend to be quite superficial. And also there's the withdrawal aspect. So they stop going to barbecues, they stop doing social functions, and they become very isolative just in their house. And, you know, that's kind of the majority of where they spend their time.
And that's many, many people out of the 2,000 that you've seen?
Heaps.
Yeah, the huge majority, 90% plus.
90% plus?
Yeah, easily.
And how do you go about, just briefly, managing that component?
Yeah. Look, I would say the most important part of the whole program is trust. And so trying to build the trust with a person because they've been hurt so much before. And this is part of betrayal that they might have experienced in the military, part of the traumas that they've been through. But trust and the relationship that we can garner with them is very important to start with. And then it's about the skills that we mentioned before. It's about involving the partner and educating the partner on how to help them open up in little bits, but not forcing them, and teaching that system more skills in which they can use. But we're also helping them to connect with other sources of support, which we know is very important in mitigating PTSD.
Now, substance use disorders, what's going on there? Is that a problem?
It's a huge problem, substance use disorders. In fact, there are papers that have been published in the US, for example, that say with military-related PTSD, the comorbidity of a substance disorder, so an alcohol or drug use disorder, is 60 to 80%. So 6 to 8 out of 10 people that are presenting with a military-related PTSD will have a substance use disorder. So they are very prevalent. We do find, however, and it is worth saying, that whilst an individual is in the military, the rates are low, but once they transition out, the rates rapidly become a lot higher.
And how do these matters, the ones you've spoken of, the PTSD, the depressive disorders, anxiety, problems with anxiety, substance use disorders, how do they, or do they connect with suicidality? How do they connect?
Okay, so we know that a risk factor for suicide is a previous a diagnosed mental health issue. That's a risk factor for suicide. Another risk factor for suicide is the severity of that mental health issue or diagnosis, and often that's been captured that is captured in the suicide research by recent hospitalisation. So that tells us about the severity of an illness. So that is also something that we find in suicidology, is that a recent admission to hospital or recent discharge from an admission to hospital is a risk factor for suicide. All those conditions in themselves too can have either primary depressive symptoms associated with them, so in PTSD and in depressive disorders, or depression is a significant comorbidity of anxiety disorders as well as substance use disorders. And we know that depressed mood obviously underlies an individual starting to question whether life is worthwhile.
And we also know as well in suicide that when we do testing, we can find that most often the person has consumed alcohol prior to a suicide attempt. There is alcohol in their system.
So you're picking up information about past suicide attempts when you first see patients?
We do that, yes. Yes.
And out of the 2,000, what kind of proportion have had previous suicide attempts that you picked up?
Well, we actually know this. It's about a quarter, so it's about 24-point-something%.
And what about suicidal ideation? Do you, other than that hasn't proceeded to attempts, but suicidal ideation, do you collect data on that from the 2,000 people that you've seen?
Yeah, we don't have data on the ideation except for present point in time, and we haven't analysed that. But certainly if 24% go on to have a suicide attempt, we know that there are many more that actually have suicidal ideation.
And as you carry out the program, which I've forgotten the details of the number of weeks, but it occurs in, is it 6 weeks to start with?
That's right. So it's 4 days a week for 6 weeks. Yeah.
And then there's a further session after the 6 weeks?
There's a further...
2 sessions?
There's quite a number. So we have short-term follow-ups after that. So we have 2 days per fortnight for 3 fortnights after the initial more intensive phase of the program. So they're our short-term follow-ups. Then we have longer-term follow-ups at 6 months and 12 months from the beginning of the program. So we follow the patients up, or the veterans up, for 12 months.
And the initial program, the initial part of the 6-week programs involves an intense assessment of the person?
Yes.
What's involved in that process?
Sure. So from the psychological component of it, what we will do is take a history. So we learn about what treatments they've received before, what treatments have been helpful, what treatments have not been helpful. And that starts that process already of us being able to identify which facilitator are we going to pair this person up with for the individual component of the therapy, but also which therapies would likely benefit this person. Then I go on to do an alcohol assessment with them, and then we do the gold standard assessment for PTSD, which is the CAPS-5.
Yes.
And then they also see, so that's a psychology component, then they also see, they get a psychiatric session as well. So, and I'm looking for clinical features to match the psychometric tools that and the clinical stuff that Caitlin's doing, and then that gives us a really good picture of whether this person is, first of all, has the diagnosis that's appropriate for participation on the group, but also we get a good feeling about whether they're going to be able to tolerate group therapy and work well with other people in a group.
And the groups are kind of 8 or 10 people, is that what you do?
6 to 8.
6 to 8.
Yeah, because they're quite intense.
Plus partners are involved in various aspects of that.
About 20% of the program is done alongside or with partners.
And now we might move on to other things. Now, might we move to this area of moral trauma, moral injury and guilt? And operator, might you display exp.001.0017.0320? Now, this is, you're the principal author of this paper, Dr. Kerr?
Correct.
And the paper's titled Guilt and its Relationship to Mental Illness and Suicide Attempts in the Australian Veteran Population with PTSD. Would you mind speaking about this paper and what the concept of guilt here, what guilt's about?
Certainly.
And why is that a focal point? What's the value in that focal point?
Sure thing. So we were interested in what guilt does in terms of suicide attempts in our veteran population that we see with PTSD in our programs. And we're interested in that because there is exploding research and interest in the concept of moral trauma or moral injury. And moral injury is currently recognised as something that is distinct from PTSD. And there are 4 constructs that make up moral injury or moral trauma. One of those is guilt, and the other 3 are shame, self-condemnation, and betrayal. And so there's a lot kind of in that area of moral injury. So what we were looking at specifically was what role does guilt actually play here? So guilt is really a retrospective emotion, and it can be conceptualised as the psychological state involving perceived moral transgressions, which is linked to an action or inaction or behaviour whereby the individual feels a sense of regret or remorse. Now, when we look at guilt, we know that there are different types of guilt, And there is some debate in the literature as to whether guilt is an adaptive human mechanism or whether it is actually maladaptive. So for the purpose of today, if we think about traumatic guilt as the umbrella term, and underneath that we've got behavioural guilt. So behavioural guilt is where a person feels that they have done the wrong thing, their behaviour has been wrong in some way. Behavioural guilt is one of those types of guilt that could be functional because of the feeling of guilt, the person changes their behaviour and tries to do better. So in that way, there can be pro-social behaviours that come about because of that. The cognition underlying that would be, I've done bad things, but I can do better. I can change that. The other type of guilt we looked at in this was characterological guilt, which is more tapping into that construct of shame, which is about I am bad. Rather than I've done bad, I am bad. And so this then is where a person self-blames and they think that the poor outcome with the event is associated with them being wrong in some way or being defective. So when we look at characterological guilt, that's where we think it is probably maladaptive to human functioning.
And you think this is a significant window to look on things?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of research which would support that stance. We know that guilt, irrespective of mental illness diagnosis, has been associated with veteran suicides in the US. And we know that in other studies, it actually plays a really big role in people not getting better in trauma recovery programs. So the worse someone's guilt is, even if they've got very high PTSD and very high guilt, they have the worst outcomes on trauma recovery programs. But for people that have very high PTSD but low guilt, we find the outcomes are excellent. So it goes to show the role that guilt actually plays in, I guess, mediating some of these relationships, but also probably just being a very important concept on its own.
And you're picking up, you're kind of measuring guilt, as it were, out of it, some elements of the CAPS Roman 4 study.
Yes, correct, for the study, yes.
And you're finding that to be very prominent.
Yes, yes.
Now, how are you managing someone with guilt? How are you undoing the guilt or removing the guilt?
It's a beautiful question. So it is a process, I have to say. And first of all, like I mentioned the therapeutic relationship before, and I have to really do so again, because a person's not going to tell you about the things that are causing them guilt unless they have developed that bond with you and that trust with you. They have to know that you can carry that and that you are going to be non-judgmental about whatever they've done or didn't do in the situation that gave rise to that guilt. So that's a really important element. But then from there, what we're looking at is, in someone that's got guilt plus significant PTSD, we can treat the PTSD with some of the gold standard therapies, and that can resolve some, if not all, of the guilt they feel, if that's very related and tied in with the trauma. In other circumstances, though, guilt can be quite different to what's happened in their trauma, and therefore we have to look at a different way of treating that, which often is going to be with cognitive therapy, so looking at what is the meaning that they've made to that event, and then how do we construct other meaning that is helpful, that's believable, that is true as well. It's not about unicorns and rainbows. This is about it has to be actually something that is true, that they can then buy into and have a new concept of what that event means. Now, in the literature, specifically on moral injury, they also talk about making reparation and finding a way in which to, I guess, either apologise, which is pretty difficult in circumstances where you're deployed overseas, or to make amends. And it may not be making amends to the people that were actually harmed or that you couldn't protect, but it might be making amends in other ways. And then that would tap into the concept of post-traumatic growth, which is because bad things have happened in my life, I can do better and I can be better and be driven by those things to actually achieve more.
Now, we turn perhaps from guilt and away from moral trauma, as it were, onto perhaps the notion, and it is a high level abstraction, of resilience. Mm-hmm. Would you mind speaking about that a little bit? how that, what it is, or what sits under the label.
Yeah, certainly.
What you see when someone comes to you, and how do you build it?
Sure. So resilience is a multifactorial concept, and in years past, people used to think of it as someone either has resilience or they don't, and that's really not what resilience is about. Resilience is dynamic and it changes and it fluctuates. It is within a person, but it is also around a person in their environment and the leaders in which they work with as well. So when we talk about resilience, we know that we can build resilience, but we also know how we can reduce resilience as well.
And how do you manage a person in that you can manage someone to build their resilience? Is that in your programs?
Yeah, absolutely. I think by way of everything that we're covering there, we are actually teaching them to be able to improve their level of resilience for sure. So I might even start by talking about how do we crush a person? So how do we actually take away that resilience? And it's actually very easy for us to do that, not us as clinicians, but in terms of the military environment and life environments that people are in. So when we talk about that, it's about fatigue, giving people little opportunity to rest. So when we think about how that ties in then in deployments, absolutely that is a really big factor that we probably can't help, but we need to make sure that there are rest periods when there can be or when the person returns home. When there is bullying in our environments, whether it be verbal, physical, sexual, or whether it's exclusion from things that are important to that person, having low levels of social support and having isolation definitely has a big impact. We certainly know that the die of PTSD is not cast when the trauma happens. We know that it can be based on how much support and how much processing a person can do in the days and weeks following that event. So we know that that is very important. Being unfairly punished, group punishment, or just the harshness in the punishment that happens, an organisational culture of mistrust, drinking, little opportunity for genuine connection following trauma, and discouraging help seeking, so people being seen as weak or as malingering if they ask for help or say that they're struggling. And really underlying this is poor leadership. And so if we have poor leaders, a person's resilience is going to reduce. The opposite, though, is about then how do we build that up? How do we bring a person to their feet when they're on their knees? And really what this is about good sleep, having good rest periods, exercise, healthy diet, good social support, having a work-life balance, taking someone seriously when they're saying they're struggling and offering help and offering the right kind of support, teaching people formal relaxation skills, meditation, mindfulness, whatever works for that person. And for some people, relaxation skills aren't their go-to. For some people, exercise is what helps them the most. Having helpful and realistic self-talk, the way they talk to themselves in their own mind. Avoiding substances, having early intervention, meaning and purpose. But overall, when you look at the studies that came back from Middle East operations, good leadership in a team was found to mitigate mental illness when those teams returned. And they looked at, okay, well, what defines a good leader and how do these people see that leadership? And teams that were cohesive, that had good morale, that had leaders that they trusted, that demonstrated good role modelling of being able to cope and being resilient, are the teams that didn't get PTSD, depression, anxiety, substance problems. The teams that rated their leaders as being poor leaders because they didn't fulfil those things, they had problems, big problems, in all of the team.
Is that your experience too, Dr. Koo?
Very much. We've seen, I would agree with all of that, but just picking up that last point and how important it is, Caitlin and I so many times have seen people with fairly mild PTSD that had poor support from their OC or CO and then develop a very chronic severe condition. And we've seen people with really severe PTSD with very supportive, very understanding and proactive commanding officers that have done very well and in fact have returned to work and deployed again despite having had PTSD.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very important.
Now, might we just turn to the broad topic of suicide risk factors? And operator, might we go to EXP .0001.0011.0158. The first page of that, Commissioners, is .0157. Now, might you tell us a little bit about this? Well, I think this is the page. Is that 0158 there? Now, you'll see there study 1 that you carried out. Would you speak to that study and what that's about?
Yeah, certainly. So we were interested in the role that unemployment and TPI, or total and permanent incapacity, ratings would play in people that have attempted suicide, again from the cohorts that we see with PTSD. So this was the first time an Australian study has actually looked at all of these different, variables in one study to work out what might be driving the high suicide attempt rates that we see. Now, we're interested in suicide attempts because they are one of the best predictors of future suicide. It's very hard to do research where we capture everyone and work out, people who die by suicide, but there are ways of doing that. But certainly for our purposes, we're looking at suicide attempts to try and prevent that from happening in the first place.
Now, Operator, might you display exp.0001.0017.0311, please? This is the 2018 paper that you are jointly authors of, and this is the paper that's displayed. Now, what's the bottom line that emerges from this paper that you've written here?
Yeah, certainly. So what we found in this paper was that the worse their PTSD score, so for every increased point in severity, the person had a 2% increased risk of having attempted suicide. But also, interestingly, we found that if the person was not working or was on TPI, there was a significantly increased risk of them having had a suicide attempt, and they were 3.29 times more likely to have attempted suicide.
And what's your personal view about the expression TPI, or total permanent incapacity?
I think that it gives people the idea that they are useless, that they are worthless, that there is nothing that they are able to do anymore, that they will never have a job again, and that they can't function at that level anymore.
And Dr. Koo, have you anything to say about that?
I think the problem with the term is that it tells people they're broken and they're on the scrap heap and they can't be rehabilitated. And really, for me, the underlying part of this paper, the thing that we really were really happy to be able to demonstrate, was that I think from financial imperatives and trying to look after their family, a lot of veterans who get very unwell feel like getting some kind of TPI like pension or some kind of maximising their payout from the DVA is going to be something that's going to make them feel good again. And so for a lot of them, it ends up being something that they get quite obsessed about and something that they get that is really important. Now, I completely understand the financial security argument around that. That's completely reasonable. But it doesn't make them better. It doesn't make them well. And in fact, what we're finding is that you're having more suicide attempts if you're unemployed or if you have TPI. So even though it's the kind of thing that a lot of veterans are trying to reach for, it doesn't bring happiness. It might bring financial stability, but that doesn't bring happiness either, because there's still having this statistically significant increase in suicide rate associated with that.
And the underlying point really is that people in general, because we know that veterans need it, but we know civilians need it too, we need a purpose, we need meaning, we need activity, we need structure.
We need a reason to get out of bed in the morning.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
Now, might we just turn to the very general topic and roughly quickly, the life cycle of military personnel and issues arising at various stages of that life cycle, as it were, training and so on. Would you mind speaking to that topic a little bit?
So this is a longer story.
Yes.
that Pat, would you like me to talk about now or perhaps later? I can just cover off quick things now.
I think cover it now. Yes, please.
Okay. So my feeling about post-traumatic stress disorder is that it's such a complex and chronic and difficult to treat, or what we call treatment refractory condition, that has multiple different psychiatric and medical comorbidities and causes problems in relationships and with families and renders people unable to work. So it really bleeds into every aspect of life. It's very difficult to treat. And what we're doing is we're all researching a whole lot of things in what's working and what's not. And we've really looked at a lot of cognitive-based treatments very well and applied them, because they have a lot of the evidence base behind the treatment of a lot of depressive and anxiety disorders, you know, in terms of psychological management that is above and beyond anything else in terms of the evidence base. So people have really tried to apply that model to PTSD. And so that CBT, or cognitive behavioural therapy model, being applied to PTSD, particularly with a trauma focus, is now the gold standard in terms of what works best for people with PTSD. But even with our current treatments, where we're probably getting about 2/3 of people, maybe, that we're treating well, and there is significant ongoing problems and we're getting even less than that in terms of the drugs that we're treating people with. So even our best treatments, even our gold standard treatments, are really leaving quite a large proportion of people still unwell. So we need to sort of look into more about what this is about. Certainly what, in our experience, and particularly Caitlin's actual day-to-day treatment, as well as my day-to-day treatments of patients, we do find that the behaviourally based treatments, the specific treatments for PTSD, tend to work a lot better when you can engage an individual's emotions.
Just speak to that for a minute. What is this about? You know, what is the significance of emotion in all this?
So we mentioned earlier about how the typical picture of someone with PTSD is that they are emotionally numb, very difficult to engage emotionally, but at the same time they're very angry, which is an emotion. And what is going on here? Why is this happening? And certainly I think I can go back to answering the... From my experience, nobody has written necessarily about this in terms of how this accumulates, but this is my feeling just after 20 years of treating patients with PTSD and seeing so many of them on the program. And a lot of the partners, for instance, will come onto the program and say, look, even though my partner's got better, I never got back the happy-go-lucky guy that I sent away initially. What happened to him? Where is he? And the other thing is that if I sit down in front of the groups when they start and I say, who's ever had said to them, why aren't you happy when everyone else is happy? Why aren't you sad when everyone else is sad? Or, I just want to get some kind of emotional reaction out of you. Or why are you like a robot? And all of them sort of look at me and say, have you been listening into our conversations at home? So it's really common. It's a very common thing that they are just totally emotionally disconnected. And why is this happening? And there are a lot of reasons why this is happening. And I think it comes, firstly, if we boil this all down and go back to the beginning, it comes firstly from the male brain. Now, male brains are hardwired, this is a generalisation, but it's true, I think, are hardwired much towards logical thinking, okay, problem-based, problem-solving type thinking, whereas female brains tend to be much more hardwired towards emotional intelligence and understanding emotions that are going on in conversations that are much more sophisticated than any of us with a Y chromosome tend to pick up on. So that's the first thing. So, and, you know, having a male brain makes it more likely for you to be able to do what we want to do if we want to take a human and turn them into a warrior. And let's be honest in that, you know, humans have been doing that for thousands of generations, ever since the beginning of time. You know, we take a human through initiation processes in tribes and through training someone to become a soldier of some type or a warrior of some type. We've been taking them and turning them into warriors, and we're very good at that. We've almost perfected it. And I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do, because what you're doing is enabling someone to survive in a really emotionally hostile environment. But we're absolutely terrible at taking then that warrior after we've created them and sent them away and got them to do what they need to do and making them a human again. That's what we need to be a lot better at. And I think part of that involves deconstructing this process that we use to create the warrior in the first place. And a lot of that has to do with training. Now, military training, what do they often say to them? They say, look, you know, we're going to build, this is the cliche, we're going to build you up and we're going to break you down. No, we're going to break you down and then we're going to build you up again. Okay? And that is, again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, because you are giving them the best chance to survive in hostile environments. But what are we doing? We're breaking down. And we've already heard a little bit from Caitlin about how we do that breaking down. And I'll often say to the soldiers, this is how, as psychologists or as psychiatrists, we learn how to make people do what they don't want to do, or make them tell us stuff they don't want to tell us. And anyone that's worked in army intelligence will know this. What do? Well, you deprive them of sleep, deprive them of food, deprive them of water, over-exercise them and demoralise them. Okay? And when I say this to the group, they all start laughing, because I say, what's that? They all at once say kapuka. That's what it is. And so that's the breaking down process. And there's a lot of things that they're doing there to make that individual more malleable. And very much, this also has to do with age and developmental age and biological brain age and what's happening in the brain at that time. And that's why they like to recruit in late adolescence, early adulthood, or really these days what that converts to is late teens and early 20s. That's why we like to recruit then, because an individual is malleable. And what are we trying to do in training? What are they doing? Well, I think they're doing three things. The first thing they're doing is they're training people to be able to work, live, eat, sleep in groups, okay? Because they've got to train them to be part of a team and work well within a team. And so they do all those things in teams, including punish people in teams that we've heard about. So they just get very used to being in a team and working in a team. Second thing they're doing is they're drilling them. And they're drilling them consistently so that they learn how to do things instinctively. And they learn how to do things instinctively that a person wouldn't normally do. Okay, so and the classic one, for example, is instead of running away from a threat, people with training will run towards a threat. And that's really not necessarily consistent with survival and what is normal, but they will do that because they've been drilled to do that. And again, there's many ways they do that. But the last thing and the most important thing in terms of this whole emotional development stuff is that I believe that they are training them to be able to separate off emotion from thought. And if they can split that off, they can be in a very emotionally challenging environment, split off the emotional reaction they have to the horrific things that are going on around them, or the very challenging emotional things going on around them, and still be able to think to complete the tasks that they have to complete. Okay, and in fact, when a young ADF person has been trained and they get deployed and they find themselves in their first really traumatic, really emotionally challenging situation, and they get through it at the end, subconsciously they say, or even consciously they'll say, you know, geez, I did that. I was able to do that. That was so emotionally challenging, but I was able to split that off. I didn't have an emotional reaction at the time, which is normal, because if I did, again, I would have placed myself in danger and those that depend on me in danger as well. So I was able to split that off, compartmentalise it, and think and get through to the end of this particular action or whatever they were doing and complete it. I can do this, they say to themselves. This works, this training, and I'm a warrior. And then the next time, it gets slightly easier. And the next time, it gets slightly easier, and so on and so on. And they start to get better and better at splitting off emotions. And just before we go on, just so everybody knows, the way that a human normally manages trauma, and the best way to think about that is the most traumatic thing that happens to any of us, is to think about the loss of a loved one. Okay, so when we lose a loved one, what we do is we get together and talk about that loved one. So we go through the memories of that loved one and we add emotional expression to that. So we become upset, okay, or we have whatever emotion we need to have. And in coming together, thinking about the memories of that person and having an emotional outpouring, we resolve that trauma. And it's just known all throughout the world, and it's just been a layperson's understanding that that is the best way we manage trauma, because all throughout the world, rituals have developed around funerals or around death ceremonies or whatever that bring people together to do that. Now, what's happening to the individual overseas when they've been deployed is the opposite of that. So what they're doing is they're splitting off the memories and the emotion, and what happens the more times they have to do that is they're building up this bank of memories that they're putting in the filing cabinet at the back of their head and just putting them away. And on the other side, they're building up all this unexpressed, unprocessed emotion. Okay? The memories, we believe, no one can keep those memories in the filing cabinet at the back of our head. So what happens is, unless they can consciously keep their foot on the drawer, if you like, those memories will leak out. And when they leak out, they are what we call the intrusive memories, or the things that people are trying to stop. A lot of people with PTSD don't want to stop. They don't want to stop thinking. They don't want to stop being distracted because they know if they do, eventually, these thoughts are going to penetrate back across their consciousness. And we think what we think that is, and what we think the intrusive memories, etc., in PTSD are, is the brain saying to the individual, what are you going to do with this? Are you going to just leave it, or are you going to process it? You know, we're supposed to process this stuff, but you're not processing it. But of course, that individual, now with a whole bank of those in the filing cabinet at the back of their head, feels unable to do that. They are just unable to they feel like they'll be overwhelmed and sort of just disintegrate if they have to deal with that. So in a self-protective way, they keep walling that off. And of course, the other time where they can't consciously keep their foot on that drawer is when they're sleeping. And when they're sleeping, those memories just fly out and go wherever they want, and they're the nightmares that people with PTSD tend to have. So this is that filing cabinet that really needs to be addressed. And then on the other side, we have all this unprocessed emotion that's built up in this individual. And this emotion is all kind of quite negative, just unprocessed emotion that's kind of swirling around in the people. And not only are they not expressing that because they're trying to split it off so they can keep doing what they're doing on deployment or on manoeuvres or whatever, but there is a culture within the military that says you don't show weakness, you don't show emotion, because strength is very much celebrated and weakness is maligned. You don't want to show that. So you can't stop and have a cry in front of the other guys. You can't stop and, you know, talk about the terrible anxiety you're feeling when you have to go back out, you know, beyond the wire or on sort of some kind of active patrol. And have a chance of having a contact. So what they do is they shut it all down, and this is a further pressure to stop them from showing emotion and expressing emotion. And so inevitably what happens is they just become emotionally, and for want of a better word, they just become emotionally retarded. They lose They become very unpracticed at feeling appropriate emotions at appropriate time and expressing appropriate emotion at appropriate time. There is no one, just like no one is a container for all these memories, no one is an infinite container for emotion. So the emotion has to find a way out as well. And there is one emotion that's very appropriate for military people to have around other military people. And that, of course, is anger. And so they become very good at anger. And this, very much also captures police as well. But they become very good at anger. And unfortunately, what happens then, due to all these forces that are on them, is that anger becomes their go-to emotion to de-stress or to relieve this kind of emotion that's bubbling up at their eyeballs and they've just got to get out. So they become very good at anger. And unfortunately, it becomes their default emotional expression. So very often, partners will say, like I'll say to the guys, who's had this said to them? That was so inappropriate. And they'll all just start laughing, or that was so over the top. Okay, and both those things are, the first thing is it's inappropriate because everyone else was sad, but you were angry. Everyone else was happy, why are you angry? Everyone else is anxious and anticipating, but you're angry. So it's their one default expression of emotion that they're very good at that helps them get out a bit of this emotion. And the other thing that happens is that I'll often say to the groups of guys that we have, I want you all to be honest and tell me, think about who here has got so angry that they could see that they were breaking things around them. Now, whether that's literally by throwing things or punching walls or hitting people or something like that, or metaphorically breaking relationships or really destroying kind of friendships because of what they're saying and what they're doing. Who here could see themselves doing that, but it actually felt good? And they all sheepishly put up their hand and try not to look at anyone else. And I say, why is that? Is that because you're a psychopath? And they'll say no. And I'll say it's because it's release. They've uncorked a mechanism or a pipeline of emotion to get out, and it's very hard to stop because of the pressure behind it. And I'll say to all the partners, this isn't an excuse for bad behaviour, but this is a reason, okay? And they need to understand it so that they can change it. So that another way they do that, for example, is a whole lot of veterans who've always been very hard and very stoic. It's a really common symptom that after a while, and particularly once they've had PTSD, they might be watching a sad movie or a cartoon with one of their kids, or they'll hear a certain song and they'll start tearing up and start crying, and they just can't stop. And it's really embarrassing because they don't show emotion, and they're a very stoic bloke who everyone knows can handle anything, and they just have to take themselves out of the situation because they can't stop crying. And it's the same thing again. Once a crack is opened and let a bit of emotion out, the pressure behind it makes it very difficult for them to pull it all back and get under control again. So this emotion and this emotional retardation, I think, is a really fertile ground for us to look at in terms of how we go about addressing, this significant proportion of people that aren't getting good treatment or aren't able to access or get good treatment or good outcomes from what we have currently available. And I think this is an area that we really need to look more at.
It's on the way out, isn't it? Constructed on the way in, and something to be done on the way out.
Something needs to be done on the way out.
And just speak to that for a minute or two. Might you, Dr. Kerr, to start with?
Yeah, I would definitely agree that there is a lot that needs to be done in the emotional space. And when we look at the gold standard trauma therapies that we have, there's two of them that really look at that emotion and try and untangle that and work out how to connect with that again so that the trauma can be processed. But as Dr. Koo was saying, there are so many people that don't ever get the benefit of having a trauma treatment, Also, there is a lot of fear about doing it because what if all those emotions and all those memories from the filing cabinet, what if that person can't keep their foot on it anymore and they all come out? What do they do with that? So I think emotion is integral because there's emotion that's paired with the trauma. Whether or not the person has time to process it at that time or not is a different story. But the processing of that emotion is extremely important.
This really moves in perhaps to the types of therapy that you use at Toowong Private Hospital. Might you just in the remaining period of time, which is 10 minutes or so, speak to that, including explaining eye movement desensitisation, whatever the last word is,
Reprocessing therapy. Yes, yes, absolutely.
Might you speak to those items?
Certainly. So there are 3 gold standard psychological treatments for the treatment of PTSD. And as Dr. Kerr has already mentioned, the psychological treatments are where we see the greatest improvements in symptoms. So it's a lot of hard work, unfortunately. There's no magic medication or tablet that people can take to really make a significant difference on PTSD. So when we look at the 3 treatments, we've got prolonged exposure therapy, we've got eye movement desensitisation and reprocessing therapy, or EMDR for short, and we've got CPT, or cognitive processing therapy. When we talk about prolonged exposure and EMDR, these are therapies that have been around a very long time. So we have about 30 years of evidence on their effectiveness. Prolonged exposure therapy, the belief behind that, the core tenet of that, is that the memory has to be accessed and the emotions have to be accessed in order for the memory to be processed and moved to a different part of the filing cabinet, one that is in long-term storage and won't keep popping open. So what we do is there's 2 techniques that we use. So the first one's called in vivo exposure therapy, which I mentioned very briefly before. And this type of therapy is really about the person getting their life back. We look at what are the activities they're not doing anymore. We set targets and goals for them to do those activities. Sometimes the therapist will do it with them and help them through that and give them skills to cope. And then the other part of treatment is the imaginal exposure component. So imaginal exposure is where the person goes back to the target memory. And I will just mention too, because a lot of veterans say to me, but I have like 40 different traumas that would meet criteria, which is true. The good thing about these therapies is that we don't have to target each trauma individually. What we do in gold standard practice, if the person can tolerate it, is that we go for the worst memory first. And how we work out what the worst memory is that it's the one that causes them the most distress in terms of intrusion symptoms now. So nightmares, flashbacks, and intrusive thoughts. So once we've worked out what that is, that's the one we're going to target. And often the treatment generalises to the other traumas, and so they feel less distress about them as well. Sometimes we do have to treat multiple traumas, and that's okay, we're equipped to do that. So I explain to the people that I see that PTSD is like a big wound on your leg, and there are all these bits of gravel that are in that wound, and it's keeping that leg infected. And what we need to do is that we need to take those bits of gravel out, and these bits of gravel represent all the parts of that memory that you're avoiding because it's too painful. But what we have to do is we have to be brave enough to take them out, and we need to then examine them, and then we need to get rid of them. And then that is how the leg is going to heal. And it's the same for PTSD. The things that people are avoiding, because avoidance is the cornerstone of PTSD, the things that they are avoiding are the very things the brain wants them to process. It's the very things that when they're asleep come back to say, brain, like you've got to work me out. Like this is here and I have to find a way of working out what this means in my life and almost develop a schema or a file folder where I can fit that in. So that's what prolonged exposure therapy is about. In EMDR, it is, I guess the tenet behind that is that PTSD is a disorder of memory. And so we talk about 2 very simplified memory systems.
Would you mind just explaining what EMDR is for the people listening?
Yes, certainly. So basically with EMDR, so eye movement desensitisation and reprocessing therapy, what we think happens when you're in REM sleep or rapid eye movement sleep, your eyes go from side to side. That is also when we have dreams. And what we think the function of the eye movements is that it's helping to process the events that have happened in that day. So in EMDR, we call it the episodic memory. So the little episodes that happen in a day, when we're in REM, that then moves that into a longer term storage device, which we call the semantic memory. But in PTSD, some of those memories become stuck and they become frozen. And for some reason, when people are in sleep or in REM, it's not shifting that. So what we do in the therapy is there's a lot of build up to it, but what everyone's most interested in is the magic, which is where we bring up the target trauma and then basically the person will follow eye movements, so bilateral eye movements from side to side, and then the therapist is helping to guide that person through that trauma, their feelings, and where they feel it in their body. So that's what we're trying to do with EMDR.
And with sleep's disrupted, the nightmares may be occurring during the REM period, intrusive memories there, traumatic memories, disrupts their sleep, nothing gets processed. Perhaps even the day's events don't get processed. That's where that is that?
Potentially, we don't actually know what it is. We just know that they're kind of stuck there, and we know we need to do something to try and shift it and to try and move it.
So you've got to reinstate natural, appropriate, proper REM sleep is part of it.
Yeah, that's the idea behind it. And then also to process the memory at that point in time. So very much I'll have people come in and we can process a traumatic memory in one session. Might be 2 sessions. We can do it pretty fast without them having to go away and sleep and then for that to happen. Although we do know that processing occurs between sessions and consolidates that process.
And what do people report then, over your meds experience, about how they're sleeping post this management?
Yeah, certainly. So in EMDR, people generally report back to me that their sleep is better because their trauma is starting to resolve. They've made sense of it. It fits in a different part of their brain now. So their brain is more at peace, which makes sense. It doesn't have to keep bringing up these memories in the nightmares anymore because the person's done the work that the brain wants them to do.
Commissioners, do you have any questions you'd like to ask Dr. Koo or Dr. Kerr?
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Dr. Brown?
I just had one point of clarification, Dr. Kerr. You mentioned earlier about the DVA fees, and you said there'd been a recent change. Could you just clarify whether they're now on a par with other, or just kind of describe where they sit?
Yes, certainly. So they are still under the amount that a clinical psychologist would normally charge. So I'm very happy to be quite open about that. So probably what most clinical psychologists are charging is around about $250 to $260 per 50 to 60 minutes. And DVA is now paying $213.90. Prior to that, we were at $154 a couple of years ago. So there was a significant increase. It is still less than what a psychologist would normally make.
And is that the same for psychiatrists, Dr. Koo?
Unfortunately not. So there was a small increase in the rebate for psychologists from DVA, and look, this really just underlies, what I will say about DVA is that the eligibility for veterans has increased enormously, giving a lot more veterans the opportunity to access treatment. But the problem is being able to actually get that treatment and get someone to see them, because really the remuneration for a psychiatrist now is there is a significant disincentive for people to see veterans as a psychiatrist. It really frustrates me, but it's just the case. And even with the increases, a psychiatrist would probably lose about $200 an hour if we go off AMA rates. So compared to what they charge someone from the population, general population, to what DVA will pay them, is about a $200 an hour difference. So it is a massive disincentive for psychiatrists to see to see veterans, and I would extend that to other specialties as well, which is very important given that we've talked about all the physical comorbidities that veterans have, particularly as they age. So there is many surgeons that just don't take DVA cards and just won't see veterans. For example, there's many proceduralists that won't as well. And even for all the other specialties, there is a significant disincentive to see veterans just because, we're all busy, and particularly in psychiatry, we're incredibly busy at the moment, coming off almost 2 years of COVID. If you've got a slot available to see a new patient, you've got 10 people you can see and one of them's a veteran, there's a significant disincentive for you to pick that person up, given A, the discrepancy in remuneration, and B, the increased reporting requirements that are also required by DVA.
And just one other question, Dr. Koo, you talked about the study, the American study around the rates of accidental fatal self-poisoning. Have you ever seen any Australian data on that?
No, and in fact, I've spoken to DVA in seeing if we can access their database. I have had off-the-record discussions with the UniSA team that looked through that with Professor Roughhead, and I think they've briefly looked at that in the past at some level and haven't found the same levels of concern. But I'm hoping to be able to re-examine that in the next short while with Dr. Roughhead and see if we can get a picture of what the Australian landscape looks like.
It might be an interesting feature the Royal Commission could look at, perhaps.
That would be fantastic, yeah.
Thank you.
On that matter, when you speak of accidental self-poisoning, this is usually prescribed medicines, isn't it?
It is prescribed medications, yeah.
Nothing further at this stage, Commissioners.
I have a question for Dr. Koo. Could that document exp.001.0011.0290 be brought up again, please?
We won't test your memory about the numbers.
I was going to say.
I was speaking to the people controlling the court book. And if you could focus down in the bottom left-hand corner at the moment. If you could zoom out that passage. Can you read that, Doctor?
Yes.
I'm just a bit confused about some of the terms there. How does median prevalence compare to a pooled prevalence rate?
Okay.
Well, I suppose what I'm concerned about, are Australians at greater risk than Americans, or is it because the American pool is of people over 65?
My understanding of that would be that they are pooling all the different types of prevalence. So we're talking point prevalence, which is prevalence examining who has a diagnosable condition right now when we're doing a survey, plus 12-month prevalence, plus lifetime prevalence. So they're pooling it and getting a figure. Whereas the other types of prevalence that are looked at will be talking about prevalence at one particular time, and this is I can't recall the particular studies that they were looking at when they pulled those figures out, but definitely there is this 20 to 30% lifetime prevalence of PTSD. But there is
that's in Australians.
That's in Australians and in US veteran cohorts as well. And the best example of that was a very good study done on the back of Vietnam called the the Vietnam Veterans Study, which was done over a long period of time following Vietnam, and they found about a 25% as well, 25 to 27%.
So does one conclude then that people over 65, the prevalence of PTSD symptoms decreases significantly?
I would think that, in fact, other studies have shown, I'm not quite sure what that pooled prevalence is referring to. I don't think it's referring to ongoing prevalence as we go, because definitely it found that the longer you're out of and certainly the transition and wellbeing program that was done, research program done in Australia, found that as you age, there was an increased chance that you would be diagnosed with mental health disorders.
That's what I thought I heard.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's...
As physical comorbidities come in too.
That's correct too, yeah.
Right. The other thing is, one of the two of you mentioned something about the significance of good leadership in helping to reduce problems associated with the development of PTSD. I would assume that that's one of the main focuses of military training, especially at the officer level in places like Dundroon, to create good leaders. Does that imply that there's some failing in that process?
It may, but I think the main failing is in the broader military culture, and how they look on, first of all, weakness as opposed to strength, and how they look on emotions as opposed to not having any emotions. But also, I believe it may have to do with people not with command not having a good attitude towards mental illness and in terms of how we treat it. So mental illness always in the military, and this is where they need to be much better trained and much better educated, is that mental illness should be as rehabilitatable as any physical illness. So they are treated differently. You have a broken arm, you know that you have to be left out of certain training and exercises, and you might be away from base, and you do your 6 weeks in the cast, and then you're expected to come back. That is not how traditionally mental illness has been treated in the military. Mental illness has been treated like we've got to separate you off from everybody, and we probably won't see you again because you're not able to be rehabilitated. And that, it's always been my feeling that the way we best attack stigma against mental illness in the military is to treat psychiatric illness exactly the way we treat physical illness. And if we did do that, and we'd get more people, if someone saw their squad mate put his hand up and say, I'm suffering with depression, go away for weeks and then come back to work feeling better, then the next person would be very happy to put up their hand and say, I'm suffering as well, because they know that what we're going to try and do is rehabilitate you first. We're not going to just shift you off, isolate you and sort of process you out of the military, which has always been the case. So we have to attack this culture around mental health. We have to increase mental health literacy, and we have to make them understand better about treatment of mental illness. It's only really relatively recently that and it's still a very bureaucratic process, where people can be on antidepressants and still be active and still be deployed.
Part of why I asked that is that one hears, anecdotally at least, that some of the problems of leadership seem to be more amongst non-commissioned officers than commissioned officers in relation to overbearingness or bullying or whatever.
I wouldn't necessarily say that's the case.
Okay.
I mean, certainly I think it's across the board, and it's all, there are, very importantly, we've got to say there are excellent commissioned and non-commissioned officers out there, and we've been lucky enough to come across numerous of them in our time working with the various bases around southeast Queensland. But it's just such a critical place. If a soldier is told that they're no longer wanted in their family, in the people that always told them they'd look after them, that they're no longer wanted there. And if you're sick, not only do you need to, go away and kind of rehabilitate, but also you're going to lose all the structure that's around you, all the sort of support, which is overt, but as well as covert. You're going to lose all that's around you as well. It's just a really wrong way of rehabilitating someone. They might need to be changed into a different position. That's fine. but they need to keep that structure and that kind of innate support around them as best they can, and that really needs to be overseen by command. That's not really overseen by the non-commissioned guys. You know, they've got to change the way they manage mental health, and they've got to say, we're going to rehabilitate you first, particularly if you want to be rehabilitated, we're going to rehabilitate you first, and if that doesn't work, then we're going to look at other options, just like we do for physical illnesses.
Thanks.
Is a label for that, Dr. Koo, the expression of vulnerability is not permitted?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, weakness is not permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Doctors, thank you for the way you've engaged with us. Thank you for your contribution. We very much appreciate it today. If there's nothing else, Mr. Connor?
Nothing further, Commissioner.
I understand you are to be excused from your summons after the hearing today.
Oh, yeah.
We'll adjourn, reconvene tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
All rise. The Commission is now adjourned and will convene on Wednesday at 9:30 a.m.